Game starting in a minute. They haven't broadcasted yet. Bear with us. It's ESPN. Give them some seconds.
Fade routes on the sideline.
2nd and 10, 4 wide receivers set. They go to the handoff for Southern. All right, get me into the mentality of the players in the locker room. You're over an hour and a half lightning delay. Start, stop, start, stop. How do you make sure you're still locked in right now?
I mean, the key is they're young, so they want to play. So they recover a lot quicker than older guys do. So they've got energy level out there. You go crazy up in the locker room. You use a lot of energy just trying to keep yourself busy in the locker room. So when you come out here, you just got to loosen up. And then after you get hit a couple times, you're good to go.
3rd and 8 for the Jaguars. Man is open, incomplete. Looking for Cornelius Dyson into double coverage. Bring up 4th down.
And the defensive backs of Jackson State continue to make big plays. Playing team defense with a man-to-man concept philosophy.
So 4th and 8, down by 28. Southern offense will stay on the field on 4th downs. They are 2 for 3 today. Bishawn McCray with an empty backfield.
Nobody deeper than 6 yards from the line of scrimmage for Jackson State.
The play clock running down. He's going to be forced to call a timeout.
Fans will invite you to listen to JSU football all season long on Hallelujah 95.5 FM with SWAC Hall of Famer Rob J. and former JSU quarterback Harold Asbury.
ESPN College Football is presented by McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Movement, elevating the next generation of Black excellence.
Welcome back to Jackson, Mississippi. Kind of a weird scene because this was almost a packed house, over 50,000 fans earlier today, but we had the lengthy lightning delay over an hour.
And action.
Trying to put the healthiest things in my body so I can perform at a high level. That's when
building something over there, and he's turned that program around.
Start at the 26-yard line, and this is a team coming in at 7-4 on the season, and they were able to punch their ticket here to the SWAC championship game after defeating their big in-state rival in the granddaddy of them all, the Bayou Classic.
And a big one, and that's because Bishawn McCray played an outstanding football game. When he's playing well, this offense can live up to the expectations of putting close to 35 points a game on you. But when he struggles, they struggle. So when you've got an offense that is so quarterback-centered, you need your playmaker to make plays in big games.
That's exactly what Eric Dooley told us this week. We need Bishawn McCray to make those winning plays, much like he did last weekend in the Superdome in New Orleans. Empty backfield. Untouched was Geronte Davis coming. And Bishawn McCray, that's where he is at his best. His escapability, ability to move out of the pocket and make positive yardage, 6 on the pickup.
And you knew that Dennis Thurman, the defensive coordinator for Jackson State, was going to test Southern's blitz pickup. When they met during the regular season, they felt that Southern did not have a plan for the blitz. So he brought pressure right away to see what type of look he would get. And McCray saw it and ran away from it.
Kendrick Rhymes is brought down. A couple of jerseys around them in blue. Baron Hobson along with Jason Mercier with the tackle. Third down on the way.
This defense for Jackson State is stout. You know what makes them so good? They've got a defensive line that likes to get after it, and their cornerback play is spectacular. And if that's not enough, the middle linebacker, Aubrey Miller, SWAC Defensive Player of the Year.
They nearly swept all those yearly honors as the pass, and that one a gain of a couple as Baron Hobson makes the play. Linebacker play has been something that Dennis Thurman, the defensive coordinator, has been proud of, and they force a 3-and-out.
And that's how you play the linebacker position. I mean, they had that play set up nicely. Southern University did, but Hobson, fantastic individual effort, was the only Tiger that could make that play, and he brought him down.
Willie Gaines awaiting the punt from Robbins Beauplain. Welcome into the SWAC championship between Southern University and the Jackson State Tigers, along with the former Howard University NFL quarterback Jay Walker. I'm Tiffany Green and Jalen Johnson down on the sideline. A lot of speculation swirling as recent reports say perhaps this is Deion Sanders' last game here at Jackson State inside the vet. But what he's done in his 3 seasons has been remarkable in the 26-5 overall. And we asked him, well, how do you approach this week? He says, look, I'm keeping the main thing, the main thing.
And I think this is a program that's had a lot of outside distractions ever since he's gotten there. The team can handle the shine and all the extracurricular noise that goes along with having Coach Prime as your coach. He's done a pretty good job of trying to, negate all the talk that's out there. Hasn't confirmed anything with you or I or basically anybody. Said, we'll see. But I'll say this final statement. Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, owes HBCU and Jackson State nothing. He's more than delivered on the things he talked about.
And so has his team. 11-0, a historic season. First time they've gotten 11-0 in the regular season. And Shane Hooks, a big part of their success on offense. Just continuing to go and go and go. Yards after catch, 35-yard pickup on that play.
And watching him grow and emerge as a wide receiver has been phenomenal. He's always had great size, 6'4", 205 pounds, difficult to bring down, great hands.
I'll tell you, among the differences for this Jackson State team who are coming in as the reigning SWAC champions, their running game. And Xavion Wilkerson is the reason why, or a big part of the reason why they've had such success on the ground.
The transfer for Delaware State rushed for over 1,000 yards. So you bring Shedeur Sanders, who's going to make the right decisions, along with Wilkerson, and you're talking about a potent offense.
Out of the backfield, they toss it over to Wilkerson, and Wilkerson nowhere to go. When we talk about Jackson State's defense, you have to herald also the Southern defense, second in the conference behind the Tigers.
And when they played earlier this season, I thought Southern defense played phenomenal. They really kept this Jackson State offense at bay for the complete first half, but they were on the field so long. But if Dumas doesn't get double teamed and find a way to get him one-on-one matchups, he can be the disruptor. If we don't call number one's name, could be a long day for the Southern defense.
That's number one up front for the Jaguars. 3rd and 11 on the way for Jackson State. Shedeur Sanders dropping back, has time and connects with Dallas Daniels. Daniels refusing to go down and now gang tackled down just near the 10-yard line. A pickup of 21.
Pocket too clean. And everybody knows if you give Shedeur Sanders time, he'll pick you apart. And this is a clean, comfortable pocket for him. Just drop back casually, find the open wide receiver in Dallas Daniels, who's an NFL talent, who's emerged as his go-to guy in passing situations.
Inside the red zone, this JSU offense putting up 38 points a game. Again, with plenty of time, now feeling some pressure from Taj Brown, going backwards near the 30-yard line, eyes downfield, and then wisely throws it out of bounds.
Good job, just a throwaway. And that's part of the process of learning to play the quarterback position. You see the numbers there, 70% completion percentage, phenomenal. But the decision-making, does not throw a lot of interceptions. His freshman year a year ago might have tried to force that ball in the end zone. Now, throw it away. I'll come pick you apart on the next play.
When you look at his numbers, 32 touchdowns this season compared to just 6 interceptions. He's been absolutely phenomenal in his tackled near or inside the 5 by Corian Harris. Harris, who will have to come up with big plays in that secondary for the Jaguars.
Yeah, just going taking what the defense gives you. They give you a clean release, nobody touches you, get them the football. And we've already seen him complete passes to 4 different receivers on this drive already. That's how Shedeur Sanders plays the game, using his high football IQ.
3rd and goal, they've been able to move the ball down the field with some ease early on, and a strike into Hollywood Hooks, and it's broken up in the end zone. On the coverage was Rodney Johnson. That brings up 4th and goal. So the kicking unit will come on for Jackson State. And another look at it here.
They tried to rifle it in there. Tough throw and good defense by Rodney Johnson. NCAA sprinter / cornerback. He's a championship hurdler.
And a little chip shot for Alejandro Mata from 22 yards out, and that gets the Tigers on the board first. Those of you watching our game now on ESPN News, we'll see you on ESPN2 after the break from the Vet here in Jackson.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
I'm the team mascot, and boy, am I running late. But I got lead in my foot and spirit in my fingers. Ow, what a hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to cover that might tank your season. So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me. Woo!
But all you got was ham? Good. And all you got was turkey.
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
I'm not leaving without these diamonds.
Diamonds? I'm just here for the stains. With Persil Pro Clean. Boom. It's more than clean. It's Persil Pro Clean.
Hi, my name is Jackie, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A peppermint chip milkshake is the whipped cream and the cherry on top. It's like a little bow on top of this great present of peppermint chip goodness. The best way I can describe it to people is that it tastes like the holidays.
This ring is a commitment. After we got married, I got very sick. He would come every day to help me walk again. And now I'm back. This is a reminder
that love endures all.
Express your extraordinary love. Jared, love brilliantly.
Trash. We can't punch this one in. We don't deserve to win.
What?
Oh. Looks about 30 yards.
Yes! Touchdown!
It's too much. It's college football with AT&T 5G. It's never too much. Sorry.
Trojans winning?
Oh yeah, we're winning.
AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure.
Only a handful of teams remained, all vying for a spot in the playoffs, for the right to call themselves the national champions.
You're watching Dr. Pepper Championship Week.
Welcome back to the SWAC Championship on ESPN2, presented by McDonald's as a part of Dr. Pepper Championship Week. 3-0 advantage early on for the Jackson State Tigers in their first drive of the ball game. What's at stake? Well, the winner of this one will punch their ticket to go on to the Cricket Celebration Bowl in Atlanta on December 17th. On the return, here's Southern. And if you're just tuning in, we'll break down the tale of the tape between these two schools. When you're looking at what they've done throughout this season, they're 1-2 in pretty much every category when you think of yards per game, scoring offense and defense, along with yards allowed per game.
I'm going to tell you, the one that stands out, that 10 points a game. Jackson State gives up 10. Southern, you see, they're great at 19 points a game, but 10 points a game is phenomenal. That is absolutely incredible, and that's why they're undefeated this season. Nobody's been able to crack the code.
On the carry, and to your point, Jay, leading all of FCS in that scoring defense category, simply allowing 216 yards per game, not cracking the code. I mean, on every level, they're just stacked with talent.
Yeah, they're good, and that's one of the guys that makes it happen. Cameron Silver, Craig, reminds us a lot of like Tyrone Matthew, you know, always around the ball, has a head for the knack of what they're trying to do, loves to mix it up.
Silman Craig there in on the tackle. A great extension of the coach, and again, as you mentioned, helping to aid the Tigers in having the best scoring defense in the nation in FCS and FBS entering today.
Yeah, I mean, Georgia's a championship football team, right? Number one in the country. Jackson State right there, top 5 in FCS in the rankings. Got some real dudes on this defense for Jackson State.
On 3rd and 7, and it's picked off. Talk about one of the dudes. How about Herman Smith? Say, call my name right now. Nearly into the end zone, just stopped short. Almost a pick 6. He's down at the 1-yard line. 1st and goal, Jackson State.
And that is how you play the cornerback position. Excellent break on the ball. And then he's got the hands. I mean, he makes the jump, ball thrown slightly behind. And as a cornerback, you're saying if he throws it anywhere in this area behind me, I'm taking it to the house. And just a little bit short for making this a pick 6.
Cornelius Dyson was the target, but great anticipation by Herman Smith, who Dennis Thurman says is one of the best athletes in the secondary, and his 36-yard return sets up his offense to punch it in from 1 year out. And I think maybe there's some delay for the offense to go on. They want to make sure they call up and dial up the right play. And I'm thinking 36, Savion Wilkerson right here.
Get him the ball. He's a downhill runner, compounder, but this looks like quarterback sneak formation.
Shador tries to sneak it in, a little extra push at the line, and held up just short. We'll bring up 2nd and goal.
No game. 2nd and goal, Tigers of Jackson State. Critical Southern defensive line with a stop.
Well, the test today for defensive coordinator Henry Miller is to do what they did last week, enforcing 3 turnovers against another set of Tigers. First and foremost, trying to stop them from getting into the end zone. And they say, yeah.
All started with the
great
ball by Herman
pick,
Smith, the sophomore from
shout out to
Diego,
the
California.
South Clip going back to state, man.
And the touchdown run by
Mr. G, you called
Wilkerson. Hit a little bit short of the goal line, but a great runner's going to learn how to twist and turn and get the point.
I guess Jackson, Mississippians won't get clean water for sure now that everyone's
the
saying
extra point is up and in.
We shall find out.
Saying out, Chi-Town, stand up.
Shout out to Dallas Davis, man. That young man came in the stream the other day.
SWAC championship.
Came in the stream the other day. Said he was going to ball out. So shout out to Dallas Daniels.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket.
I got my phone for cricket. Amazing.
Let me put up this overlay. Let me put this overlay so they won't flag us. Come on, we're at 997. Let's get to 1,000.
Got my phone from Cricket and it's amazing. As a journalist, I use it for basically everything.
Great phones, great deals. Now that's a story. Smile. You're on.
All right, Cash App
Our
acknowledgement.
Fairfax
Give me one
Alaska
moment.
store is closest to the North Pole, which has folks wondering, does Santa shop at the Home Depot?
No comment. No comment.
No comment. There's a lot of nicks in this town.
Somebody made the naughty list.
These tiny gloves are the most popular. We don't know why.
It's elves.
Come on, Bryce.
Find everything you need to make the holidays yours.
Okay,
And
shout out to
maybe
Elite
Santa.
Precision Spa. Thank you so much for the contribution. Always on here every stream. Thank you. And Miss Melanie Connor with the 1877 as usual. Thank you so much, Miss Melanie. And thank you, Kevin Lathers, for the 20 ball on it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know what that gets you over here.
Became the love of my life.
You know what that gets you over here.
Express your extraordinary love. Jared, love brilliantly.
I'm a New York hotel.
I can scroll
I'm
to
looking
it.
for someone who likes to be in the middle of it all.
Thank you for my contributor so far. Thank you.
Who is SWAC?
Baby!
If you need the rest, I've got you covered.
Hey, thanks for helping me out.
Of course.
Even though some of y'all say Prime ain't SWAC no more, man. Some of y'all a little,
Pretty much anywhere.
a little saltified.
Or the coffee.
Why would we go to a
Thank you so much for LaTroy Thomas. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Yeah, me too, no cap, man. I think it should stay. Definitely, man. He better not leave, man. All about the money, Billy Watts. In fact, he say Joe Clark. I don't know, man. We, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes, the sports analysts and things like that, sports shows, man, it'd be slow weeks, whatever. So they'll, they'll come up with some stuff and make a whole bunch of speculations and try to throw some narratives out there just for content, man. You know what I'm saying?
Elevating the next generation of black excellence. And in part by Goodyear.
Oh, no, the whole team definitely can't go.
Goodyear.
I mean, the whole team won't go. Anyway, even if they wanted to.
Second meeting this season between Southern and Jackson State, and the Jaguars back on October 29th had a number of miscues that slowed them down.
The defense played great, gave them an opportunity to take the lead on 2 occasions, but it was a blocked field goal, then a missed field goal, and I thought the defense did a great job, but the offense didn't help turn it over the football, and that allowed Jackson State to run away from the football game late.
Yeah.
35-0
Except for college. I mean, but I guess he had no choice with college. But
and here,
I mean,
Herman
now that you
Smith
say
now
that,
on
man, I
special
mean,
teams
yeah.
who had that interception that set up that last touchdown.
But I mean, that's in the younger years. Man, I don't think, man, he seemed like he really got a connection with these kids.
Still
man.
staying on his feet and then wrapped up at the 14-yard line. And in talking with the coaching staff from Southern, Eric Dooley reminded his group, hey, look, we've already been here to Jackson. College game day was on hand. There was so much attention, but he said, let me remind you guys, we played on national TV last
DMD
weekend.
Productions, no problem, man. Thank you for coming through, bro.
Classic by the name of the Bayou Classic. So let's not get intimidated by this moment, but step up on this stage. Harold Blood in at the quarterback
appreciate that, DMD.
position.
It's across the bottom of the screen, man. Cold on the sticks.
Run snuffed out very quickly by
thank you in
Gaddy as
advance,
we
bro.
send it down to Jalen.
Yeah, Tiff, I got a
Yeah,
chance
he
to
hasn't
talk
had
to Bashawn
he hasn't made any
yesterday, and
announcement.
he said plainly
St.
they
Carl,
just
man.
didn't
No,
play
everybody just speculating right now in the
football
chat.
last time they came to this stadium. He said we had too many miscues, and we just maybe were too ready for the moment, too excited, too overwhelmed. And he said tomorrow we just have to play.
Scott Hunter, man, appreciate you so much for the cash app. Thank you, Ross. Thank you for the cash app, man. I appreciate you. Thank y'all so much, man.
He has made a major impact anytime he's touched the field since coming in.
Lil Drew, thank you, man. Thank you.
You're the unblocked guy,
Right back
great
at you, bro.
recognition, crashing down, then changing direction. But going back to Jalen's point, one of the things that I wanted to see was when we talked to Southern, I asked him specifically, anything schematically you're going to do different? When you get shut out, you normally want to make some changes offensively, and they were pretty adamant saying, no, we just need some more guys to make some plays. I don't know if that was the right thing.
here on the carry is Kendrick Rhymes, and
Can't
Rhymes
call it.
who
No,
was
he
body
didn't.
slammed
He
to the
didn't.
ground. That's
He
Travis
didn't announce it,
Hunter,
man.
but
Like I
more
say, we all
importantly,
just speculating.
that's a first
People
down,
chat
Jay.
is speculating.
Wow.
I think
How about
where he
that
may
effort
go.
there? You're backed up there.
He just saying, you know,
Get
saying
you
just
with this
hoping he
little
don't
draw
leave,
play,
or if he do
counteraction,
leave where he's going.
wash down block, and then the
Nothing's
rest
been
is
set in
just all
stone yet.
Rhymes, who's quick and speedy, wide receiver / running back style, a little bit like Alvin Kamar's, how they like to use him, and picked up a big first down for the Jaguars.
That was 3rd and 14, Jay, but 15 picked up there, and ball's loose on the ground,
man.
and coming to recover and falling on top of it, Jackson State.
Jamal Phillips,
just
thank you for the
talked
cash,
about
man. I really
miscues
appreciate you, bro. Thank you
that
so
hurt
much.
them the first time in this contest, and this is something that cannot happen there. Blood comes in there. He's the backup quarterback. Protect the football, trying to run away, and there goes Aubrey Miller.
Yep.
I call him one of the noisiest players in all of college
Boy, Aubrey
football.
Miller, man, he's a beast, bro.
When he gets to the party, he likes to be disruptive. The SWAC
Boy, Aubrey
defensive
Miller's
player
a
of the
beast,
year.
man.
Antonio Doyle falling on top of it. So back-to-back turnovers for the Jaguars, 2 in the last 5 plays for the visitors. And inside the red zone once more. Great starting field position if you're a Jackson State fan. It's 1st and 10 from the 14, going to the outside.
Nice.
Oh my, that's Shane Hollywood hooks for the score.
Nice. Eula Boyd, thank you so much for the cash up. Kenyon
The senior
Williams,
out
thank
of
you so much for the cash
Orlando,
up. I
Florida,
appreciate you.
putting more points on the board for the Tigers, and right now they are
Paige
rolling.
Moore, thank you
And
so
that's
much for the
gonna be a
cash up.
penalty.
I
Took
thank
his
you so
helmet
much.
off on the field of
Aisha
play.
McLean, thank you so much for the cash
Don't
up.
want to hurt your team like
I appreciate
that
y'all.
in that
Thank y'all so
fashion.
much, man, for
A
helping
little
out the
bit
channel.
caught
I
up
really
in the
appreciate
moment.
it. Thank you so much.
This is a tremendous throw and catch. The location, clean pocket, strike up the band, strike up the sonic boom of the South. JSU in command.
On the scoring team, that penalty will be on the kickoff.
And what did Coach Prime tell us this week? He said, we want to dominate. That's been the theme all season long. And while they start out slow in that last meeting, they have poured on 16 points in under 4 minutes, Jay. And now they're going for the 2-point conversion here.
I appreciate you so much, DMD. Everybody that's cash
Sanders
apping me, thank you so much for donating to the channel, bro. I really
Kevin
appreciate y'all.
Coleman, the SWAC freshman of the year. The 2-point conversion is good.
And once again, you can't say the Southern defense has played bad. Just the offense hasn't helped. They turn the ball over, the pick six, the fumble, and Jackson State does what all good teams do. They force the turnover, and then they capitalize on the other end. Tigers are in control.
West, thank you for the cash up, brother. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. Troy Steele, thank you so much for the cash up, man. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Forever Gray. Scrolling at the bottom of the page. Thank you in advance, though. Call on the sticks. Right at the bottom. Thank you in advance, man. Thank you so much.
ESPN2 presented by McDonald's as a part of Dr. Pepper Championship Week. If you're just tuning in, folks,
You see, I want to leave. You never know what could happen.
points scored off of turnovers, and that's how JSU has pushed out to this 18-0 lead with 6:35 to go in the first quarter. A fantastic season so far for the reigning SWAC champions.
DJ Hurricane, I
They're
appreciate that,
looking to
man. But I kind of let it be known in the
and get
beginning.
back to
Probably people
Atlanta
that came in later
for the
don't know,
Cricket
but
Celebration Bowl,
I appreciate
and
that,
thus
man.
far,
Yeah, I got to show gratitude, man.
they're
You guys taking the time out to donate to the channel,
like
help the
they're
channel
ready
out.
to roll.
I'm definitely going to show thanks, man, and tell you guys
Penalty
one by
will be
one.
assessed on the kickoff
I'm not going to wait till
as
after
we
the
send it
end
to the
and say,
studio.
"Oh,
and Matt
thank all of
Beard.
y'all." No, I'm gonna appreciate you. I'm gonna
Good
thank you guys
afternoon.
one by
Happy
one,
Championship Saturday to the AT&T countdown to the CFP National Championship
Jula
Studio
Mason,
update.
I hope that's right. I hope
LSU
I
had a
pronounced that
field
right.
goal
Thank you so
attempt
much for the
blocked.
cash
Watch
app. I
what
appreciate
happens.
that. And Don B.
Chris
Goodall.
Smith
Thank you
waves
so much for the
everybody
cash
off,
app.
lets
Thank
it
you.
set up, picks up the blocked field goal, and returns it for a touchdown. That's how Georgia scores the opening touchdown, 7-0 Dogs, end of the first.
Well, win or lose in that
Tard
game,
Electrician, thank you so much for the cash app. I appreciate
Georgia
you. Franklin D.
is
Staten,
going to be
thank you. Thank you so much for the cash app.
College football playoff, and we talk about postseason football, and when you look around the boot, the state of
Derek Miner,
Louisiana,
thank you, bro. Thank you so much for the cash app, man.
in action today, including the Southern Jaguars. Eric Dooley is hoping that his group can answer and respond. And look, they have their best starting field position after that kick out of bounds. Penalty yardage assessed on the kickoff. So they're starting from midfield as Bishan McCray will try to start off this drive.
And take advantage of this field position. I mean, you know, the celebration in the end zone was 15 yards plus the kick out of bounds. And you get good field position, you make the other defense pay. Good start.
Kevin Matthew, thank you so much for the cash app, man.
Hey, one thing about Bishan, he can get it going in a hurry.
George D. Sartin,
on the gas,
thank you so much for the cash app.
When he's
Appreciate
running
y'all.
sideways, sideline to sideline, yeah. But if you can get him downfield, running downhill, he can get upfield in a hurry.
And so can
Michael
Aubrey
D.
Miller
Clark.
as he can get
Thank you
into
so much for the cash app,
backfield
brother. Thank you.
in a hurry after that 15-yard pickup from Bishan McCray. On that first down run, Aubrey Miller was right there. 5 tackles for a loss so far for this Jackson State defense.
Does he represent the bros with
Omega Psi Phi.
for
You know,
turning?
if Aubrey keeps making plays, we expect to see some hooks
Kimlin
thrown
Lomas,
up.
thank you for the cash app. I really appreciate you, Kimlin.
McCray with time, but not much time as he's wrapped up, bottled up the fumble, and it goes back to Jackson
this
State.
defense is killing these boys,
Justin
man.
Reagan on the recovery, but Barron Thompson
Yeah,
was
this-
the one
yeah.
who forced
This
the
may be
turnover.
Another freaking blowout, man.
This linebacker core is very active. You know, we always say Aubrey Miller doesn't make a normal tackle. He's always disruptive. But here, you see Hobson get a running start, gets up after being pushed to the ground, strips the ball.
I don't recall saying
No
Kevin
ball
Matthew, but
security
Kevin Matthew,
from
if I
the
thank you already,
quarterback
man, thank you for the cash app, man. I really appreciate
Yikes.
you.
Southern just can't get out of their own way on offense. I think
Y'all
they
are
be happy
really,
just to punt the
y'all
ball.
really showing me love, man. I really appreciate it, man.
Run
It's
one
going
time
so
and
fast.
see if Jackson State can drive the length of the field on them because the offense.
Solomon Sutton, thank you so
doing
much.
nothing
I
to
appreciate the
help out.
cash app, man. 93,
3 takeaways
93.
in the last
Thank you for the cash app. I
plays.
really
That
appreciate
sets
you,
up
bro.
Santee Marshall on the carry. First down, and look at this run from Santee Marshall. Taken down after a 24-yard pickup.
And you have to love Santee Marshall. That story never gets old. The walk-on who played at Division II Miles College, earned a scholarship, Became a starter. Now he's part of the backfield along with Wilkerson. Great kid, great example, great leader.
Travis Hunter on offense, the great two-way player and 4-star recruit.
Oh, damn.
And you see a number of penalty markers go down as Travis Hunter just absolutely will not go down. No matter what the outcome of the play is, it's always fun to watch him.
Oh, and this is probably coming back by penalty.
Benny Gorham, thank you for the cash up. Kevin Gregory, thank you for the cash up. I really appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Athleticism came to the forefront. They could not bring him down.
Oh, damn, man. Hold him, man.
Still first down.
Even though that's coming back, Jay, we need another look at it.
Yeah, I mean, two guys there. You have him pinned in the corner, slides away from one, slides away from another, run past another. Man, tough to bring down. I like the play selection by the offensive coordinator, Brett Bartoloni. If you can get him the ball in the open field, I don't know who can catch him.
First ever 5-star recruit to sign with an FCS and HBCU program, turned heads when he made his decision, and certainly he has elevated the play on the field. And when you talk to the coaches, they have nothing but gushing remarks for Travis Hunter and his God-given ability.
Kansas
First
say,
and 20, Shedeur Sanders feeling some pressure, able to avoid it, still scrambling, and getting some positive yardage as he steps out at the 40. Derek Williams giving chase
this is
with
how
the
you play
pressure.
Quarterback. Now, here's how you play quarterback. When the play's not there, just pick up some type of yardage, positive yardage. He realizes this bubble screen's not there.
Said, get
you
this
never
all
do
the
that. Double clutch on a wide receiver
moment.
bubble screen.
Why?
But he realized it's soon enough
I have no
where he
idea
can do
how
that,
much,
spin out the pocket,
realize that.
and not come up with the negative play.
Sanders in this group had a break last week, and fresh legs and fresh mind, and right
Carl
there,
Lawkins, thank you so
Deshane
much for the cash
Hollywood
out.
Hooks,
Oh, look at
who
this,
escapes
Hooks.
tackles and in to the end zone.
I hope I pronounced the name
Jackson
right, Tar.
State
It's Tar or
pouring it
Thar,
on
but
right now.
I would assume that it's Tar. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
40-yard catch and run for Shane Hollywood Hooks. You talked about big target, and he likes him so far today. 2 scores.
Yeah, found the soft spot in the cover 2, and this a poor angle coming over to try to make the would-be tackle is Corian Harris, their defensive playmaker in the secondary. We wondered if Jackson State could drive the length of the field on him. Well, they just answered that question.
Offense stays on the field for the 2-point conversion, already up 24-0. This would put them up 26-0 if they can convert. Looking into the end zone, and Coleman once more on the receiving end for that 2-point conversion. And the route is on in the first quarter for Jackson State.
Southern mentally, I don't know where they are right
like
now.
Practice.
I mean,
yeah, definitely,
I know the offense has let them down a little bit, but
really just
on that play there were so many guys open in the end zone, which is bad.
It's 26-0
and then
the first
the
quarter,
defensive
man.
line didn't get any pressure
First freaking quarter
on Shedeur Sanders, so he was able to go through all of the
I say
reads.
run the score,
I mean, just take a look.
Yeah, Silverback,
First,
yeah,
how
we
much
can
time
see a
is it?
100-point game shit.
I mean,
The way
go
they
through these
playing, yeah,
reads.
definitely.
And then you see Coleman finally comes open. There's a guy behind him
Southern's,
that's open. Number
defense
86
is
is
like
open.
non-existent right now, bro.
What are the yellow jerseys doing? Who are they defending? You can't have those guys running free in your end zone. And I just think mentally, Jackson State's won this game right now. I mean,
and I'll tell you, Jay, it could have been perhaps a different story given all of the outside distractions with reports about Coach Prime potentially taking that Colorado job.
Nando Alexander, thank you so much for the cash up. I appreciate you, man.
Night. But right now, it's Jackson State who is completely locked in and focused. Coming up at 8 Eastern over on ABC Championship. Saturday rolls on with 8th-ranked Clemson taking on the 17th-ranked Tar Heels of North Carolina in the ACC Championship game. Clemson owning a 4-game winning streak over North Carolina. We'll find out the outcome here tonight.
One thing I've learned about the Mississippi schools, it's all in the pom-pom. They got the pom-pom game, whether you're at Alcorn up the road, Valley, JSU, these fans, when those pom-poms are stroking, then you're in trouble.
Auburn Millers, it seems like he's a part of every defensive
now
play.
The new quarterback in, hands it off to Carl Ligon, one of the two freshmen in the backfield, very promising for this Southern group, and we'll see if they can find a way to respond.
Yeah, you already knew, huh? Southern quit after the first
26 drive. Unanswered points from the Tigers. McDaniel keeps it himself.
Tyrone Hillary, thank you so much for the cash share, brother. I really appreciate you.
Picked up after the 7-yard run.
McDaniel, he's been through a lot, during his time at Southern University. Came in with a lot of hype, was supposed to be the quarterback of the future, then had to share some time, then kind of got benched. And Eric Dooley's first year as a head coach at Southern University, having a revolving door quarterback, which kind of incredible to think they made it this far and had the type of success they had.
Defense is just
when they thought Bijan McCray was their guy, but even when he struggled, they tried to stick with him. And here today, I think Coach Dooley's just throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what will stick.
Well, Bijan McCray, who provides that dual threat ability, now watches on from the sideline as Lyndon McDaniel, really deemed more as a pocket passer, slings it out, and the pass is
Teresa
complete.
Bell, thank you so much for the cash up. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
And third down upcoming at about 2 yards.
They're going to bring pressure on McDaniel. This is what they do, Jackson State. They play man-to-man across the board. Safeties crowd the line of scrimmage, and they make you throw the football, and you need to throw it in a hurry because they're betting one of those blitzing defenders is going to get to the pocket.
You see nearly everybody up, and McDaniel with the pitch over. That's Carl Ligon, and Ligon finding a little cut run. He keeps going across midfield. And a 17-yard run for Carl Ligon out of Prattville, Alabama.
So when you got a little scat back there, right, I'm going to give it up for the individual effort of Jeremiah Stafford, the right tackle. He's 6'4", 320 pounds,
Who's a heathen?
Hustling down the field, trying to lead blocking. He wasn't used to being 30 yards down the field.
McDaniel putting it up and some contact on the outside, and no whistle as August Peak was the intended target. John Warren on the coverage, 2nd and 10.
And one of the things I thought that Southern University settled for too much in their first contest.
Archie Brown,
too many
thank you so
throws
much
like
for the
that.
cash out, man.
Deep
Thank
throws
you.
down the
Appreciate
field, low percentage passes. I mean, some contact there, but if they're not going to call that for you, don't settle for that. Defenses like you throwing low percentage completion passes, and I thought they did way too many of those in the first contest against Jackson State.
McDaniel stepping up, sees some real estate on that left side, and wisely runs it 20 yards and steps out of bounds. And now Southern moving the ball down the field. That change of quarterback and a timeout taken on the field, but that's making some difference, Jay.
Yeah, they're bringing the pressure, but when you don't get there, and you saw Barron Hobson, number 47, not get to the quarterback, when you're playing man-to-man coverage, there's nobody to keep an eye on McDaniel, and he wisely escapes and picks up 20 yards.
Out of Dothan, Alabama, literally they call him Bubba. McDaniel now talking to quarterbacks coach Jonathan Williams, and what do you scheme up here?
Well, you try to say,
A-Rod production playing mad, man.
Protect the football. We've moved the ball a little bit, but you've got momentum. So your backup quarterback is coming in and giving you momentum. For the first time today, we're hearing from the human jukebox is playing. Fans are showing a little life. So you've got the support system here. Getting points is imperative, but you're in a touchdown. And for them, they just must protect the football. They have to protect that football. And, I've always said You know, HBC
Tiara
football is all
Chapman,
about
thank you so
environment,
much for the cash up.
atmosphere.
I appreciate
Once
you.
you
Hope
get
I
the bands
pronounced your
playing,
name right.
players pick up on that. You know, when I played, I always wanted to have my team strike up the band. So the jukebox is trying to help you get it going.
1st and 10 from the 25. And McDaniel, positive yardage, gain of 3.
Look at this. The Jaguars showing a little bit of fight. You know, if you can take their punch and get this score to less than 20, in the game of football, there's a lot of football left to be played. This could be a statement drive. Pressure's coming, though. Nobody in the middle of the field for Jackson State. Man-to-man coverage going across the screen.
There's that pressure you're talking about, but able to get away from it. And Glendon
Auburn Miller's a
McDaniel
beast, bro. They cannot do
inside
anything
the red
with him,
zone
man.
picks up the first down, tripped up by Devontae Davis. But again, the injection of life from Glendon McDaniel, the backup quarterback.
A little bit more size, too. 6'2", 200 pounds, able to sidestep Aubrey Miller, make a couple tackles miss.
Southern band is better. I'm pretty
You
sure
know, when I play
the
golf, I
Southern,
had a good
their
shot
band is going to
sometimes.
play better than they're playing on
Friends
the
I play
field.
with,
Bro.
Doc and all of them say, are you lucky?
Oh, no, if they can score here, man, maybe we
Well,
can get a little confidence, man.
They got
and-
lucky.
I mean, it's only the first quarter, man, but they
get
need
there,
to play some defense.
But he was good enough to escape and pick up a first down.
And they said sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, right?
Hey,
Jay?
what's up, Ted? Appreciate you for coming through, bro.
Would you rather hit the Powerball, or would you rather build a corporation and make a lot? Sometimes the Powerball ain't so bad.
30 seconds.
Southern spins a
We're
timeout
gonna
with
see, man.
1
I'm
second
looking forward to
remaining
see how these
in the
bands sound.
first quarter, and you have to question why there.
Why? Wait 1 more second to tick. Maybe you want to stay away from the student section. But they're pretty equal here. And that's that game awareness. Maybe McDaniel saw something he didn't like and prematurely called the timeout, not realizing that. But this could be pretty important. I mean, because one thing about Jackson State, we know this. They don't like to be scored on. They don't like to have drive. They want you to, they take after the D coordinator. They don't want you to get nothing. Nothing.
Well, they've played as
Where's Sly South?
spotless
Tut,
a
man,
half
thank you
of
for the super
football
chat, bro. I
or
really appreciate you, bro.
quarter of football as you
Thank
can
you, man.
ask for right now. Last play of the quarter, and
The tut.
the hit
They gotta be
delivered
one of them.
by
Herbert Stevens,
Geronte
thank you for the cash
Davis.
out. Thank you so
And
much,
that
man. I appreciate
brings
you.
us to the end of the opening quarter, and quite eventful in this first quarter, Jay.
Well, Jackson State showing you why they're number one. Disruptive defense, opportunistic whenever they get their hands on the football. A quarterback that likes to throw it everywhere. Jackson State's in Janet Jackson. Control.
All y'all subscribe for me.
Underdog Herb, man. Thank you so much for coming through, man. I appreciate you, bro.
Like 20 people subscribe.
And thank you for that donation, man. I really appreciate it. I wanted to ask you guys, man. Everybody's here for the SWAC football game. Are y'all give me a thumbs up, man, if y'all into the SWAC basketball games as well. Cause you know, once football season over, I'm thinking, you know what I'm saying, be streaming some more, whatever. Just want to see if you guys are into basketball as well. Aaron Washington, thank you so much for the cash up, man. I appreciate you. Bishop Franklin, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Leave no doubt that we need to do better HBCUs. Man, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that, Bishop. Okay, so y'all down to watch some HBCU basketball. Okay, I'm on it. I got y'all. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get it on the popping, man, with the with basketball, man. Do it a couple of times a week on this channel. I have another streaming channel where I do more of the mainstream games. It's Sports Live Reactions. Hey, Paul Lee, thank you so much for the cash app. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Soul Survivor, hey man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Yeah, that's what we're gonna get into, man, over here. This channel will focus more on the HBCU games, and I have another streaming channel, man, just in case we ever want to get into the regular mainstream games that may be on. I do those a few times a week as well. Okay. Well, hey, y'all want to stay tuned and watch them, man. Hey, subscribe, man, and turn on them notifications, man. You get the notification to see the early little placeholder that we're going to go live and watch it. All right, Eric, man, I got y'all, man. I got y'all.
As a part of Dr.
And that barbecue look good,
Championship Week. I just saw the food, Jay, and it just made me lost for words.
Is your name Yanni Jameson? Thank you so much for the super chat, man. I really appreciate you.
I always say
I hope I pronounced that right. Terry Jenkins. Thank you so much for the cash app. I appreciate you.
Mississippi, we got some spots here, don't we? Johnny
T's. Mama Hamels, the spot,
Bishop,
second and 8
man.
for
Thank you so much,
Southern,
man.
trying to find their way into the end zone.
Yes, definitely need to lean together on the NIL collective, man.
Field, 10 plays so far on this drive, thanks to the backup quarterback, Lyndon McDaniel, giving the Jaguars
There's so much money in college football, man.
You know, he's running the ball, giving
all these players should be able to eat, man.
The aggressive nature of
these schools make billions, and some of these smaller colleges make hundreds of millions. You know what I'm saying?
He's getting them to change directions.
These players should be able to eat too, man, and get these endorsements up.
Been very effective with his legs.
You know what I'm saying? Shed light on these HBCUs.
On the ground, 3rd and 3. Got to get to the 1 yard line.
These players
keep it going and continuing to sneak through, and that's Lyndon McDaniel into the end zone. So Bubba putting his Jaguars on the board.
Can't be watching praise the Lord.
The misdirection. Look, everybody thinks this ball's going all the way to the left, going to the C gap, let's call it.
Brother,
he runs it
no
up
problem, man. Thank you so much for being here, brother. I got y'all, man.
Let the pursuit and the wash clear it out.
Destiny is here. What is up? What is up?
The dancing dolls have arrived here in Jackson, Mississippi.
They've got a really cool special on Why Not Us. You can catch it out on ESPN Plus. Joshua Griffin on to attempt the extra point. It's through and it's good. Well, I'll tell you this. Southern
Luke Carolyn Nolan, thank you so much for the cash app. I hope I pronounced your name right. Please let me know if I pronounced it right. Luke Carolyn Nolan, thank you so much. Tony Suggs, shout out to you, man. Appreciate you for the super chat, man.
Lyndon McDaniel getting it done.
I appreciate everybody who's donating to the channel, man, and helping out the channel. Thank y'all so much, man. Michelle Edwards, thank you so much for the cash app. I really appreciate you, Michelle.
So he starts out, dropping back to pass, and takes off.
Deidre Howard, thank you very, very much. Thank you so much for the cash app. I appreciate y'all.
Playing the quarterback position.
Thank y'all for donating to the channel. I really appreciate y'all, man.
To put their first points on the board.
Dozen plays, 82 yards down the field, and more than 4.5 minutes taken off the clock. But that is exactly what Southern needed, and then capped off there.
Yeah, Christian Jamal, you said we got a game, but
to scamper into the end
Southern have to play defense, bro.
8th rushing
Southern have to play some defense,
touchdown,
man.
Excuse me, his
right now,
rushing
their defense
touchdown
is
of the season.
It's not existent
Those
right
are the
now.
plays you would think
I hope they pick it up, though.
McCray should be able to run effectively. I mean, Bichon faster than McDaniel. McDaniel's a little bit stronger. Maybe that was the game plan they thought they saw against Jackson State they were going to utilize.
Kevin Coleman on the return, one of those dynamic freshmen coming into this program. And a late marker thrown out at the end just near the 34-yard line after the 21-yard return.
Holding on the kicking team, number 45. 10-yard penalty, first down.
And when you talk about Kevin Coleman, talk about the talent, give him credit. The SWAC freshman of the year. Dynamic return man, plays wide receiver as well.
and a part of a great recruiting class for Coach Prime.
Silverback, man. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. I appreciate you, man. I got you, man.
Shador
Thank
can
you so much
throw
for that,
to
man.
with
Thank you for being here,
a number
bro.
of weapons around him. It's the pick of the litter on this jet sweep as Willie Gaines getting into the action.
When they talk about Willie Gaines, they use one word, runner. And normally for a wide receiver, you talk about the ability to make people miss and the shake, and for him, he can run. Jet sweeps, screens, get him the ball anywhere on the field. You're not going to bring him down easily.
And so if you're Southern's defense, we've talked about how all year long they've played well. Can they come up with a stop? On 1st and 10, they get the ball right back in the hands of Willie Gaines.
And I think what you have to do against Jackson State is make the field longer. Like,
all right, Chad, I'll be right back, man. Give me a couple seconds. I'll be right back. I got to get some more game. Oh, before I go, Webside Gaming. Thank you for the cash app. I really appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
When you do that, they really like
be right
to
back in a second. Hopefully, I'll come back before a commercial comes back.
Field long. Free play. Shador Sanders and Jack State knew it was going to be a free play. Kristen Davis with a nice interception, but the offsides by one of the defensive linemen.
Outside, defense, number 90, in the neutral zone, 5-yard penalty, first down.
And Kristen Davis there, they played through the whistle, because had they caught it for a touchdown, they would have celebrated and Sonic Boom would have been playing. So good job of playing it out, although the interception was wiped off by the penalty.
First and 10 from the 37 of Jackson State. Sanders going deep on the outside. Just overthrows.
Who's that? Bryson
Kevin
Bounds.
Coleman.
Thank you so much for donating to the channel, man. Thank you for the cash, man. I appreciate
when
you, man.
When you go man-to-man, Jackson State kind of looks forward to it. He has so many weapons. You've got Kevin Coleman, Dallas Daniels,
I didn't miss anything,
Shane
did I?
Hooks. They bring in Travis Hunter on occasion. One-on-one, you've got a safety trying to catch a speedy guy like Kevin Coleman. That's a mismatch. They dodged one there.
They keep it on the ground, and Wilkerson on the carry. And how about Taj Brown coming in? They call him the run stuffer.
Yeah, he's been a beneficiary of playing alongside Jason Dumas. Brown's had a pretty good year himself. Tackling the football.
Big third down here for this Southern defense to see if they can hold off Jackson State.
And I want to see the D-line do something. Dumas, Brown, you got Jordan Lewis in the game, who's a great pass rusher.
Plenty of time and just able to pick apart and go wherever he wants with the football. And Rico Powers, the guy that Coach Prime said, watch out for him, a 35-yard catch and run.
Starts with the protection. If you keep
Bishop
number
Franklin,
2
thank you
upright,
again, man. Thank you
he
so
will
much,
pick
man.
you apart. And Rico Powers wide open in the secondary.
Yeah, definitely, man. HBCU is definitely a BNC
Savion
right now.
Wilkerson
I'm so happy that Dion came here.
Powering ahead.
You know what I'm saying? To shed more light to the HBCUs. And I know that Travis Hunter
his days at Delaware State, just a man
signing commitment was
runs like an old school pro.
Eye-opener, man.
Wants to run in between those tackles.
Hopefully this is a start.
Likes to deliver the blow rather than
a lot of, you know what I'm saying,
hit.
especially TV time as well, man.
The ability
we need to get some national TV time for these HBCUs, man, so they can bring in some more money to these schools.
Just a sophomore, but what a physical runner, downhill style that coaches love.
Cornell Harris, thank you so much for the cash, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, man.
Zone.
Too much man-to-man. You play this much man, Shadur's going to pick one of his weapons if the protection holds up.
Sanders looking to the outside, into the end zone. Is it good?
Hey, Cornell,
yes,
I really appreciate
Kevin
that.
Coleman
Thank
Jr.
you so much. I really appreciate that message, man.
Great effort there, and you mentioned, Jay, man-to-man. And how about these exceptional plays that his wide receiver has been able to make as well?
Jamovin?
I mean, you give me a good wide receiver versus a safety playing out on the corner or in the slot. That's too much field. He's just going to find his best one-on-one matchup, pick on the safety, and be close whether or not he got in. I thought he might have been a yard short. Did he reach the ball over? But, I mean, it's easy. They're not disguising their coverage. He's like, okay, as long as I protect my backside and I don't get hit, then I can pick my matchup.
Yolanda Miller, thank you so much for the cash up. I really appreciate you,
We
Yolanda.
always
Thank
know
you.
when number 2 stays upright, you're not going to touch this team. Let's take a look here. I thought route a little bit short when he catches it. Does he make the turn? I'd be hard-pressed to give him a touchdown. When I saw it in real time, I thought he was short of the end zone, but it's very close there. What do you think there?
I felt like it crossed the plane, but again, the angle there was kind of difficult to see. Yes, he was short, but that extra extension there at the end. And again,
it's under further review if the ball crossed the goal line.
One of the things that Hubert Owens, the replay official, will have to take a look at is where the ball crossed the plane. Was he in or out of bounds?
Oh, man, that's touchdown, man.
But more importantly, you have to applaud the awareness at least to try to hook it in there. But is there irrefutable evidence,
Look at that.
to overturn it since
Yeah,
it was ruled a
bro.
touchdown?
That's why I think you go with the call on the field. I mean, from that angle there, I cannot tell that the ball did not cross the plane or if it did. And that
Replay official will have to take a look at is where the ball crossed the plane. Was he in or out of bounds? But more importantly, you have to applaud the awareness at least to try to hook it in there. But is there irrefutable evidence, Jay, to overturn it since it was ruled a touchdown?
That's why I think you go with the call on the field. I mean, from that angle there, I cannot tell that the ball did not cross the plane or if it did. And they, on the field, they said that the ball crossed. Nobody really there in that position to make that call.
I'll tell you this, all the folks in the prime seats,
Of course.
those red nice couches you saw there in view, they got a good look at it.
And once again, the response by Jackson State, though. Your offense gives up a touchdown, and the offense goes right down the field to potentially bring it right back. Yeah, I just don't see how they take away the points in this situation. Nothing there in the video replay that showed you should overturn the call on the field.
And a decision has been made. Let's hear in from Preston
After
Clipper.
further review, play stands is called. Touchdown.
4 straight touchdown drives for Jackson State. Double that when you're talking about the number of receivers that Shedeur Sanders has found so far in this game.
Shedeur doing what Shedeur does, right? Leader of the pack. See the big L on this shoulder pad for the leadership.
Mata puts it through 33-7, Jackson State.
When the offense needs to do it, Shedeur Sanders likes to find his best matchup, makes it look easy. Jackson State rolling.
Yo soy mago, desaparezco. Vueltas tan plenas. Está muy fuerte como. Mira cómo te. Desaparezco. Muy fuerte como.
This ring is a commitment. After
Who y'all think gonna win? Y'all think Jackson gonna win? Y'all already know Southern. They already been thrown out.
I'm still on papers too. Yeah. Rave all night. Pass out Leo. Drinks all night.
Power. And every once in a while, it has miracles. As luck would have it, that's our story.
I'm about to raise the roof in this party, can't stop me, don't copy. The DJ on that ones and twos will help you move your body, probably. This will help you find the fun you looking for. Turn off all the negativity, turn up the stereo.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
Hey, make sure all y'all subscribe. All y'all sub up for me.
Is that slot defender's on an island because the safety's not going to get there. That's just nice execution. Too easy if you're Jackson State.
And this is exactly what Jackson State has done all season long. We talked about averaging nearly 38 points a game, but how about Taj Kalana? And Kalana on the return column, excuse me, as we send it down to Jalen.
Tiff, this Southern sideline still has lots of energy. After that last offensive drive, McDaniel came off and he was met by Bashawn McCray. He said, keep it up, guy. You are going to lead us right now. Keep it up. So they still have a lot of energy over here on this sideline. A lot of football left to play.
Well, I appreciate that report, Jalen, because we were up here wondering, is Southern going to find a rhythm or some type of drive like they did their last one, right? We saw them move down the field, 82 yards, punch it into the end zone. Glendon McDaniel was under center. He gets back onto the field. Can they repeat that and get stops defensively?
And now the changes are going to come. So we know that
get the lights
McDaniel
up. Get the lights up.
Jackson State's going to make it very uncomfortable for him to run. And I anticipate they're going to make him prove that he can complete some passes in this game.
Delay game, offense.
So you can't do that.
5-yard penalty, first down.
Why do I say you can't do that, Tiffany?
Well, because you're going backwards. You need to have all the momentum you can to move the ball down the field, and you're coming off
of a break.
You're
coming off of a TV timeout after the score. You know, in games like this, you're in a trail position. Those 5 yards can hurt you in terms of staying on the field as an offense.
And bobbled, snap low, and just got to fall on it as Glendon McDaniel. And again, not going the way Southern would have hoped to open this drive.
Another miscue. The ball just never comes up, then takes a funny hop. And McDaniel does a good job just showing the ability to get on the football. Yeah. It's got to be difficult to be a Jaguar fan watching the offense struggle in this capacity.
On the carry up the middle, and Kendrick Grimes with a handful of yards. Now 3rd and long. 41-yard line of Southern is where they have to get to move the sticks.
Be careful. The chances
let's get the 1,000 lights.
3rd down. Very
get the lights
slim.
up, y'all.
But
get
if
at least
you try
1,000.
To get greedy, aggressively go for it. Turnover can happen. Good call. Folks may boo on that, whatever, but that's football. That's understanding the game of football. Punt the ball away. Don't turn it over. Give your defense a chance to help you out, and maybe even your special teams unit.
Well, Eric Dooley told us, hey, look, we're looking for explosive plays. We need those explosive plays, but right now they have been dulled for the most part so far in this ball game. Second.
Let's go. We had 1,000 likes. Let's get to 2.
The
We
Jaguars
had 1,000. Let's get to 2.
He's standing inside his own 5. Should set up pretty good field position for Jackson State as it's fair caught at the 39. And the Tigers offense back on the field when we return.
Like eggs? Here, they make your bones grow.
It'll be fine. It's gonna be fine.
All right, guys. Look alive. Is it fine, Daryl?
I'm starving.
When free hot breakfast can make or break your day, it matters where you stay.
Go get 'em.
Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
He was stationed overseas. He didn't make it home, but his best friend made sure that I got it and became the love of my life.
Express your extraordinary love. Jared, love brilliantly.
But all you got was ham?
On 7 subscribers away. So some more people sub up.
I've been tweeting for like 2 days straight right now. 48 hours. I'm still on papers too.
Monday Night Football down in Tampa Bay as Tom Brady and the NFC South leading Buccaneers host Alvin Kamara and the Saints at Raymond James Stadium, 8 Eastern on ESPN Deportes, and the Manicast is back on ESPN2. Our coverage begins with Monday Night Countdown at 6 p.m. Shedeur Sanders trying to follow in the footsteps of his Pro Football Hall of Fame father, Deion Sanders. And look, he is pro-ready when you watch him, or at least he's well on his way.
Yeah, I mean, see the arm strength there. People wonder about the arm strength, throwing the ball downfield with that much velocity and accurately. And this is what he's added. I bet you a lot of people didn't realize that he could top that speed on the radar gun there. Really added the dimension of being able to run the football to go along with the other tools he has. And his number one thing is what's in between his ears. I mean, his mindset is above those of a kid just 19 years old.
They call him Grown. That's his nickname, the way he carries himself. And right now, Grown standing in the pocket, and Rico Powers being held the entire way as Kristen Davis was trying to get any form of an advantage, but a clear infraction on Davis.
Yeah, I mean, holding all the way, almost takes him to the ground for a takedown.
Pass interference. Defense, number 17. 15-yard penalty. First down.
What I like to say is, how do coaches know the pulse of their team? And we've seen Deion Sanders improve in terms of learning his team. As you see it, defensive coordinator Henry Miller for Southern University's got a tough task trying to slow down this offense. And, you know, Coach Prime said, I think Rico Powers is going to make some plays for us, right? Yeah. He said, I think Santee Marshall is going to make some plays for us. He's got the big run. So once you can kind of know who's ready and who's up, that lets me know you got a great chemistry with your team.
Well, swing pass out to Travis Hunter, and Hunter trying to stiff arm a defender. And a penalty marker comes out as Corian Harris is taking him down. Was that a face mask, horse collar?
Personal foul, face mask, offense. Number 12, 15-yard penalty, still first down.
Well, the defense got one. Harris said he grabbed my face mask. We thought it would have been
4.7K viewers. I need to like at least from 50%. At least from half y'all. Like the video. Look out for me, bro.
And I believe Hunter's hand got caught within the face mask. It looked like a takedown.
Look out for me.
And he's fortunate he didn't hurt his hand. Mm-hmm. Bad things can happen when fingers get caught in face mask from an off-center side.
And remember, he missed 5 games this season with an ankle injury. We saw him the start of the year at that Orange Blossom Classic against Florida A&M, and then he really didn't get back onto the field at full strength until homecoming against Campbell back on October 22nd. 1st and 25, and Santee Marshall on the run as he's finally brought down, and we send it down to Jalen.
Tiff, I got to talk to Travis yesterday, and I asked him how rehab went. He said, I went as hard as I possibly could, and I asked him, what percentage do you feel like you're back to right now? He said, I'm my full self. I'm 100%. I'm ready to go, and he's out here making plays like he has the past couple of weeks.
Well, that was one of the things that, you know, Coach Prime told us all throughout the season, and we've had them in previous weeks. I'm not letting Travis Hunter back onto the field until I feel like he's ready.
Where was that when we saw Hunter when he was 60% against Florida A&M early in the year? And that 60% was better than a lot of folks' 100%.
Well, you think back to Jackson State's last game on November 19th against Alcorn State. And if you've seen anything on highlights on television or across social media, you saw dynamic footwork for a touchdown against the Braves, a pick 6 for Hunter, and one of the best to ever do it, both as an offensive and defensive player. And Deion Sanders knows he has a spectacular talent in Travis Hunter. And Rico Powers had that one go in and out of his hands. And that'll bring up 4th down on the first punt of the day for Jackson State.
Yeah, off the drop pass there. Hey, you need breaks where you can get them.
I know y'all probably watching on the TV. Hit the remote,
Rico
hit the up button, hit the like button. Thanks.
Emerge into this starting lineup later in the season. Good separation. That ball is perfectly placed. Just a drop. It happened.
Sam Johnson on to punt it. And Chandler Whitfield calling for the fair catch as it bounces out of bounds at the 10-yard line after 38 yards. 7:13 remaining in the first half. Jackson State leading.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
These little cups would make great stocking stuffers. But how about right now in your mouth stuffers? Happy holidays to your mouth. Not sorry. Reese's.
If you struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
I received this necklace as a gift from a man who was just like a father to me. He had 2 sons and no daughters, and I have no father. And I never thought I would have anyone to walk me down the aisle. This is the moment that Ryan gave me away to my husband. I love this so much because that was the first time a father chose me as a daughter.
I've been tweaking for like 2 days straight right now. 40 hours. I'm still on papers too. Yeah. Rave all night. Pass out Leo. Drinks on ice. Spilling champagne on the sofa. Planes take flight. First class hangover. Wow.
Appreciate it for everybody that subscribe. I'm making that shows now.
40, 91.
If you ain't subscribed yet, sub up for me.
Kick off your Week 13 NFL Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern with the Countdown crew on ESPN and the ESPN app. They'll have all the early breaking stories, injury updates, and previews of each game right up to kickoff. And when you think about the noise, the problem that used to be on the field for Jackson State, James Houston, I tell you, that dude is making some noise in the NFL right now, and Tigers fans really proud of the way he's played as of late.
Man, we knew Houston was a problem for guys. That was his nickname when he played at Jackson State, drafted to the NFL, and congratulations, got his first 2 sacks of the season a week ago in 1 game, so we know he's got plenty of talent, and that was one of the things Coach Prime said he wanted to do. He wouldn't be satisfied until he had guys making it to the National Football League, and he's got a roster right now that's full of NFL potential guys.
He said, well, you know, we can look at a number of guys, whether it be Isaiah Warren, Dejon Warren, or Travis Hunter, Aubrey Miller. So many guys on that radar.
The wide receivers, Dallas Daniels, Shane Hooks. Hooks has another year. What's he going to do with that one? But the way he's been playing lights out, and those are the eligible guys. Right. What about the future?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And 4 players drafted last year. Datari Carter, who was an offensive lineman for the Jaguars, made it to the league with the Chicago Bears as that pass is complete on 3rd and 5 and good enough for a first down. And after that completion, you can see the look on Dennis Thurman's face, the defensive coordinator who is never satisfied. He is looking for that perfect game, and right now his defense has done an exceptional job.
Yeah, I'm starting to nickname him Nothing. I mean, he wants to give up nothing. Nothing on the scoreboard, nothing in passing yards, nothing in rushing yards. Really pushes those kids, and they learn a lot of lessons from him.
But having coached in the NFL, the type of experience both he and a number of the coaches on this staff bring, along with Coach Prime, who played 14 years in the NFL, these players certainly benefiting from all the knowledge dropped on them every day. On 2nd down, Glendon McDaniel rolling to his right, looking down the field, giving chase behind, and that's Niles Gaddy. Gain of 2, and now 3rd and 10 on the way for Southern.
And Gaddy, one of those guys that had to learn to play under Coach Thurman's system on defense. You know, transferred in here with a lot of hype, name recognition from the University of Tennessee. Got down here, realized you're going to have to work for this. They're not going to give you anything. And now he's playing his best football.
Looking, one-on-one coverage on the outside, going up against Travis Hunter. Does he make the grab? And they say yes. Ed McGee does. Wow.
This is what Southern's going to do. It's a staple. You know, I think offensively it's living dangerously, but they rely on the 50-50 ball on the outside. And when you got guys with this type of catch radius, that's over Travis Hunter as well.
That was a 32-yard gain for McGee, and then the drop there brings up second down. That was a spectacular grab by Ed McGee to go up and get it.
And McGee, the transfer from southeastern Louisiana, makes a big catch there and keep the drive going.
Going to the outside, again on the left side, Tyler Kirkwood, and it's incomplete.
Wow, this is a great throw by McDaniel. They're attacking him vertically. Normally you don't see guys do that, but he drops this ball right into his breadbasket. You need to make that catch. As a quarterback, I'm telling him when he gets back to the huddle, I mean, what, you want me to throw it and catch it too? That was a nicely thrown ball.
Back-to-back drops, not helping the cause. Got to get to the 35 of Jackson State.
But stop running vertical routes. Jackson State plays man-to-man coverage. Crossing routes. Guys right over your face where you can separate. They like to go downfield.
Offense, number 78, 5-yard penalty. Third down.
The problem you have with that is you're just not going to make a living running by Jackson State. Their team speed is too great. They're probably faster than you in most of those positions. The athleticism. I think you need to set them up with some double moves if your line protects you. But in this series, I've seen them just count on the great catch, the miraculous throw. Show that you can pick them apart in the passing game. This is JSU, right? Man-to-man, across the board. If they get you to settle for throwing some fade route.
Timeout. Southern.
And it's a conversation that
a 30-second timeout. 30 seconds.
Eric Dooley wants to have with this team on 3rd and 15. The great offensive mind.
I'm going to need some likes.
Dooley.
Get them likes up for me.
With his
Look
unit.
out for you, boy.
And I think so. I mean, this is what you do right here. Big play in this game. 3rd and 15. If you don't get it all, you may go for it on 4th down because of the scoreboard. They showed you the look that they were going to bring that pressure. So what do? Come up with something. Don't keep doing what you're doing. Don't settle for downfield throw. Get yourself a little rub play. You know, call it a pick. We call it rubs on offense. Defense calls it picks. So get something.
Cassius Allen, who we haven't called his name today at all. Big 6'4" receiver for Southern, as Glendon McDaniels staying on his feet. A number of flags coming out. A helmet popped off, but a completion made. We'll have to see if that 18-yard catch will stand by Ed McGee.
This is another one of those things where not the way you draw it up. And Southern's relying too much on the spectacular play, the phenomenal effort individually. And give credit to McDaniel. I mean, that was phenomenal quarterback play. He was running around for his life, buying some time for people to get open and come back to the quarterback.
2 fouls on the play, both on the offense. So blocking it back, number 72, that penalty is declined. Holding, number 70. That penalty will be accepted. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. 3rd down.
I mean, look at this play here. When it comes, I like the crosser route right there. But if you don't give it to the crosser, he's buying some time. Then you're going to see a block in the back right there. That was close. But they called the hold. But once again, when Southern has success, it's McDaniel doing something spectacular, making 3 tacklers miss, jumping over somebody, instead of just getting the easy completions.
Well, 3rd and long now for the group out of Baton Rouge. McDaniel. And the pass is incomplete as we sit at the mat in the studio.
All right, time now for our Twisted Tea drop-in, and that's going to be a drop-in of the SEC. And if you're watching some of these games, you might want a Twisted Tea or three. Stetson Bennett, Darnell, Washington. It is Bark Dogs, 28-7 in Atlanta.
Well, one of these teams
they sleep. He just trucked their ass.
Atlanta for the Cricket Celebration Bowl in a couple of weeks. After the 38-yard punt, just a 1-yard return, and Jackson State will have the ball when we come back in this SWAC championship game.
When you're part of something bigger than yourself, it feels like all you ever do is win, win, win. And when that something is an HBCU, you know you can't help but win. Cricket, proud supporter of HBCU programs.
What's it like shopping on Carvana? At a warehouse store, that place is your local Ace. Around the block, what you need in stock with people who know their gifts. Your local Ace has great gifts. Order online and get free delivery or curbside pickup.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
It's Tim Tebow in a Verbo.
Deion stand, man. We all that.
Whole place.
But I ain't gonna lie, 5 million compared to
so it's always just
5
you
million compared to 300,000 a year. What would you do, bro?
To discuss coming
what
up
would you
on
do?
The Geico halftime report, including TCU. Does their loss in the Big 12 championship eliminate them from the college football playoff? And Jesse, Joey, what's wrong with you guys today?
Not much. This is exciting.
Last Saturday with you guys.
If that doesn't make you want to watch this halftime, I don't know what will.
Well, I'll tell you this. The halftime on the way between the Sonic Boom of the South and the Human Jukebox. Can't wait to see it. And Shedeur Sanders scrambling for the first down.
And I'm telling you, I've said it before. The more I watch him, it reminds me of whenever Steve McNair dropped back to pass. Now, I'm not saying he's Steve McNair, but he could be. But you were on the edge of your seat every time you knew something exciting was going to happen. There was never just a normal play with McNair. It was always going to be something special, and you wanted to make sure you could watch. And Shedeur has that type of ability.
When you think about the great players that have come out of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, you think of the Aaron McNairs over at Alcorn State and Donald Driver, the Doug Williams, and of course here, 4 Pro Football Hall of Famers for Jackson State. Walter Payton, Lynn Barney, Jackie Slater.
Dr. Doom.
There you go, Robert Brazil.
Robert Brazil.
On 2nd and 2, Savion Wilkerson.
Don't finish that thought.
Shoved out of bounds. Okay, now on the other side.
There you go. You got
on the other side, you've got 3 Pro Football Hall of Famers. And I love the way you kind of gave like a breakdown of each of the players. Mel Blount, Harold Carmichael, Aeneas Williams.
They're all difference makers, game changers. You know, Mel Blount made it possible for long cornerbacks, but you want to see Aeneas Williams got rid of the 3-step drop because he turned on it and take it to the house. Harold Carmichael, one of the tallest wide receivers in NFL history and a Pro Football Hall of Famer. I would say, but out of those guys that made it from Jackson State, with 4 of them played on that team in the 74 area. Southern has the shinier rings of the bunch, with Harold Carmichael being the newest inducted member. I think he went in 2020, I believe.
That's correct.
Long overdue. Should have been in before that.
But the player that Coach Prime mentioned was Mel Blount. He said, hey, look, he was the one I was looking up to. I learned a lot.
I think right now, Jackson State, what's their motto for the season? They wanted to dominate and finish.
Focus and finish, especially this coming into this game.
Yeah, and finish this half off. Minute 42, up comfortably, but they put a 40-piece on the board before the half. And that's what you call a dominating performance.
Jackson State will get the ball to start the second half here on 3rd and 3.
And watch what they do. If you see man-to-man, watch the crossing routes you'll see from Jackson State. People running sideways. See, that's what you do versus man-to-man. But don't attack vertically. They want you to do that. They had 3 guys running double slant combinations to get open. One of them is going to separate. That's an easy throw. We're not seeing that from Southern. Southern makes it so difficult.
On 1st and 10, looking, Shedeur Sanders has all day and then some. And then decides a little pew there at the end. Runs out of bounds after 7 yards.
And so they drop back into all zone coverage, relying on just a 4-man front with 5 guys blocking. Nowhere to go, and this is the thing. Like, you see that wall there? They've got 6 blockers. He makes one guy miss all day. I need yellow jerseys around there. Make Shedeur Sanders uncomfortable. He's playing with a big old smile on his face right now.
Conference Player of the Year completes the pass to Rico Powers, and it's incomplete. He bobbled it.
And one of the few throws we've seen Shedeur just miss. You know, on this level of football, that out route, you have to be able to throw that ball at the belt line to the shoulders, and he just missed it low, and Powers not able to go down and make the catch.
Shedeur, you look at his statistics, and so many things jump off, but that 70% completion coming into today's game, among the best. Very accurate and going for Dallas Daniels here, and Daniels, who was bumped as the safety, Carter came over, and 4th and 4.
This ball here, trying to go for a dagger. They have great chemistry, Sanders and Daniels, and almost squeezed that ball in there between the safety and the help coming over.
That was Glenn Brown who got a hand on it.
This upcoming play, no doubt they're going to run crossing routes. And he'll find a matchup that he likes and get it to somebody running sideways.
And the pass is incomplete. So a turnover on downs. Jordan Carter is there. And Southern gets the ball with 48 seconds remaining. And again, you take those little victories if you're Henry Miller in the defense.
Absolutely. I mean, they were looking at 3rd and short and 4th and short, able to make a play both times. And, can't put it all on this defense. I mean, the offense has not helped them. The miscue showed up again. And more than half of Jackson State's points have come off of turnovers, great field position.
Well, don't forget to go to ESPN3 to watch the halftime performances of both the Human Jukebox from Southern University and the Sonic Boom of the South from Jackson State. They played that Boom Box Classic back in October. And now here, a rematch in the SWAC championship game. If you're just tuning in, Jay Walker, Tiffany Green here with you, Jalen Johnson on the sideline, and it was the miscues as you referenced just a moment ago. Jay,
I will try to get that halftime show pulled up for y'all.
For Southern,
halftime comes, just
Jackson State scoring
stay tuned.
23 of their 33 points off of those miscues.
Hard enough to stop this Tiger offense, but when you're turning the football over, not helping yourself, not helping the cause. But look at McDaniel coming and getting the spark. Get a timeout. Take a timeout now. You got to run. You've crossed midfield. They're setting the clock, but I'm not setting the ball, but I'm not letting this time tick away.
And Dooley saying, look, let's spike the football instead. They snap it. They want to play. Going on the outside, and what a move and catch made. That's Tyler Kirkwood, 33 yards. And hold on. Southern trying to get into the end zone before the end of the half.
Good job. That's what they rely on. One-on-one coverage outside, the 50-50 ball.
McDaniel scored the first touchdown and only touchdown for Southern, and a flag comes out on the play. A lot of jawing going on right now.
And
holding. Offense. Number 62. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
You have to kick the field goal here. You got 5 seconds left. When you completed that ball with 30 seconds on the clock, why are you running downfield? Call the timeout. You've got 2 timeouts before the half. I mean, you got the big run there, the cross midfield. I thought you should have called one there. But if you don't call one there,
timeout.
Then on the completion, you call one. They continue to let the clock run. So at 30 seconds, you got in attack mode, and now you get inside the 5-yard line. You got 5 seconds left, so you don't even need 2 timeouts.
Well, Southern spending their final timeout here. 5 seconds to go, and the ball placed on the 17-yard line of Jackson State.
What's that timeout going to do for you?
Yeah.
5 seconds. So with 25 seconds, they're in attack mode right now. So once you're in attack mode, that's the catch. Now, I'd argue they stop the clock there to set the ball, but you get down there, what's the point? You ran one play. Tough one, maybe. Got burned, but the clock running a little bit longer than it should have. When that happens, take the points, and hey, Jackson State did not finish that half. They had a great first half. Offense couldn't convert on 2 chances, and now Southern with a chance to chip away the lead before the half.
The 34-yard attempt for Joshua Griffin, and that one was blocked. Penalty marker comes out as well. And offsides against Jackson State. So extra pushing and shoving on the sideline of Southern. And another flag comes out here. So we'll have to wait for the officials to sort through and let us know.
And this could get interesting. So let's imagine if it's the offsides like we thought it was on the field goal attempt. Well, that's 5 yards closer. And so you can see the guy at the right end on the bottom of your screen gets off to a start, and the flag comes from there. So if that's 5 yards against Jackson State, now if this personal foul, which came late, is against Jackson State, moving 15 yards. That's 15 yards closer. Then do you decide?
We have fouls on both teams. Outside, defense, number 26. We have unsportsmanlike conduct on number 0. That penalty will be enforced. Both penalties will be enforced. We do not have a foul for kicking. Second down. First down.
So what they're going to do is they're going to go 5 yards against Jackson State. Then they're going
Barbara, thank you for your order.
For the personal
Barbara, thank you
foul.
for your order. You're shipping it out ASAP.
It'll be re-kick, untimed down, and we'll see if Southern can try to convert on the field goal this time.
Can't end the half on a penalty, so you talked about the untimed down here. They'll be able to re-kick it. So it was originally a 34-yard attempt, and now essentially it goes back 10 yards when you net the 5 and 15. And so the long this season for Joshua Griffin was 42 yards. A few weeks back against Florida A&M. Griffin, the sophomore out of Vicksburg, Mississippi, is just waiting as Coach Prime getting some clarification from Preston Clipper.
And that block, I mean, not even close. They got around that corner pretty easily. That's the second time in as many games we've seen Jackson State get their hand on the field goal try.
Oh, man. Neither team wants to go into the locker room just yet. They want to just keep playing, Jay.
Outside, defense, 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
And hungry to block it and anticipating the snap. So here we go, moving in. 5 yards now from 39 yards out is Jason Mercier was the guilty party. .39-yard attempt is up. And a little curvature and in. So the Jaguars put up 3 more points before going into the locker room, still trailing.
Let me see about this halftime show, man. I'm looking for it now, y'all.
Look at those. That's faithful fans right there. Team didn't play well first half, but they're still here to try to get them going. They want to go to Atlanta. Jaguar Nation travels. Problem is, JSU already booked a whole lot of hotel rooms in Atlanta. I'll tell you that right now.
Trying to repeat as SWAC champions and trying to take a repeat trip to Atlanta as Jalen is down on the field with Coach Prime.
Coach, you got 23 points off of turnovers in that first quarter. What did you see from your defense that was so effective?
Consistency. This is how they've been playing all season. That's why they're number 1 in the FCS. And Dennis Sturman, our defensive coordinator, is doing a wonderful job along with the whole staff.
What's going to be the message going into the locker room now to keep the foot on the gas for second half?
Focus and finish. We got to focus and finish. I don't like the way we finished. Although 33 points, that don't mean a darn thing to me. We got to focus and finish and come back out dominant.
All right, thank you, Coach.
Thank you. God bless.
Director of Diversity Marketing and Development.
Thanks so much, Jalen. We appreciate that. The focus and finish. We'll see how Jackson State comes out of the locker room as they will receive the kick to start the second half. Right now, they're 33-10 advantage here at the half from Jackson. Let's go to the studio.
About to find it. Stay tuned. Let me get the whole halftime show pulled up.
And let us begin in Atlanta. SEC Championship. Wild sequence here by LSU. Damian Ramos' kick is blocked. While Georgia's celebrating, Christopher Smith is like, wait, Clear, get it, scoop, 95-yard score.
What a heads-up play by Smith II. He waits. There's only about 5 Georgia players that realize this is a live ball. We're going to take this back for a touchdown.
The dudes high-fiving each other.
Yeah, there will be some dollars handed out on this play tonight on College Football Finals. Stetson Bennett hit a Brock Bowers 14-7.
Brock Bowers, best tight end in college football, and he's faster than people think. You always see him pulling away from defenders.
You just love him. Bennett to Lad McConkey, 22 yards. 21-7.
This looked like a pretty good game early on. LSU was moving the ball, and then Georgia turned it on, and they did not look back.
Something to keep an eye on here. Lad McConkey, big gain, but he would come out banged up.
So he's their best deep threat. You see him there holding his right leg. He would leave the game, has not returned.
And he likely won't based on the score of what we have in this game. It has just been all Stetson Bennett here. Another touchdown, 35-10 at the half in the SEC. All right, battle for a New Year's Six game in the American, UCF and Tulane. Michael Pratt to Shea Wyatt.
Tulane looked great early in this game. Looked like they were ready and came out on fire.
Here comes UCF. Those are a rematch from a couple of weeks ago when UCF got the win. Xavier Townsend ended around 10 seconds.
Yeah, John Rice Plumlee, quarterback, got banged up. So Tommy Castellanos, the freshman, is in now playing QB for UCF.
Here, Lauren.
Y'all sub up for me. Give me about 500 subscribers. Appreciate it for everybody else that's subbed up.
To watch on ABC, 17-7 there. Let's talk to you earlier today in the Big 12 Championship. TCU taking on Kansas State. This also a rematch that TCU got earlier in the season. Here, Deuce Vaughn gets loose to make it 28-17.
This is every defender's nightmare. Being out on an island against the 5'6" Deuce Vaughn just shakes him out of his shoes.
It needed again to be a comeback for TCU, and again it needed to be Max Duggan. Here on 4th and 2, picks it up.
This is a gutsy second half for Max Duggan. He was banged up, but you can see he's still moving the chains with his feet.
After the 4th down conversion, he has to do it again. Good job scrambling for 40.
Kansas State blitzes. They pick it up momentarily. He's trying to take a shot. Nobody there. He's able to make a linebacker miss and get what he can.
So you got 13, you got 40, you got 8, and then you have a touchdown here.
Max Duggan, 15 carries, 110 yards, but you got to go for 2 here to try to tie it up.
28-26, the 2-point ball play, no sweat.
He was so banged up. Even after throwing passes, he looked hurt. Here to a wide open Jared Wiley on the drag. Look at him. Dude, get off me. I'm good.
Can I breathe, please? Thank you. In overtime. Watch this. Kendre Miller stops short of the end zone. Have a look up top. It looks as if he stretched the ball out and it touched the white line.
And interesting, they did not take a look at this. They moved on the 4th down, and it would matter.
And it would matter because he stopped.
Previous play, starting D tackle, went down with a serious injury. So backups in for Kansas State, and they step up and get the stop.
So Ty Zettner, all they needed was the field goal, Kansas State after the stop, and they get it. First Big 12 championship since 2012 for K-State. As for the playoff, here's Sonny Dykes.
You know, I think we're certainly deserving. I think the league is one of the best leagues in the country to go through undefeated in the league. Certainly we ought to get in. I don't think we should be punished for coming to the Big 12 championship game. You know, I don't think that's what the way this stuff is designed to. The conference championship games I don't think are designed to punish teams and prevent them from getting in the playoffs. So, we were 3 last week. My hope is that we would.
Shout out Derek and Linda. Orders coming through. 15% off. I appreciate you. Sending them out ASAP.
on ice, spilling champagne on the sofa. Planes take flight, first class hangover. Wild for the night, ain't never ever sober. Rave all night, glass I lay on. Drinks on ice, spilling champagne on the sofa. Planes take flight, first class hangover.
He'll get you. But Michigan, they should be ready. That and more coming up on the Geico Halftime Report.
This halftime report is presented by Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save.
The long-lasting scent of Gain Flings made it smell like Dave was in his happy place, the massage chair at the mall. But he wasn't. Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
With DirecTV, I can get live TV and on demand together. Football, housewives. Football, housewives. Football, housewives.
Whoops.
Oh, no.
The housewives are on the field. I repeat, the housewives are on the field. I just want to talk! Who flips the table?
Get your TV together. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to save up to $120.
We're on a mission to take a lunch, a filling one, with chunky soup. Heads up.
Mission accepted.
17 grams of protein in this can. Intern. Oh, you're the CEO now. All right. With chunky soup, lunchtime is your halftime.
Because your lives are forever entwined.
Darling, please be mine.
Love entwined. Exclusively at K.
Oh yeah, we need these, no? You know what we do need?
Nacho fries, topped with everything.
We absolutely needed these.
Introducing Taco Bell's new 7-layer nacho fries.
Everyone is ready for Monday Night Football.
Now you waited your whole life for this.
Because this NFC South matchup brings the heat.
They don't like us, we don't like them.
Can Kamara and the Saints or Brady and the Bucs march out to the victory?
A lot of football. A lot of football, boys.
The Saints meet the Buccaneers.
Do you have an invention idea? Go to inventhelp.com to get started today. We have services to showcase your invention. This holiday season, why not do something for yourself? Go to inventhelp.com or call 844-7INVENT for free information.
Why do nearly 1 million businesses choose Stamps.com to mail and ship? Stamps.com is convenient.
Landlord Nation, thank you so much for the cash app. I really appreciate you. Thank y'all so much. I really appreciate y'all, man. Slim Jones, thank you. Thank you so much for the cash app. I really appreciate you.
Who does it the best? Let's go SU one more time.
Tiger Rags, thank you so much for the cash app, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Assistant directors are Cedric Todd, Kenny Collins, Darren Vidal, Safarau, and Lorenzo Hart. SU Dog sponsors are Miss Tracy Green and Gitara Frank. And me, I'm your MC, Gary V. Peace and class.
David Robinson, thank you for the cash app, man. I really appreciate you. Had a cool name, man. One of my favorite basketball players, man. David Robinson, appreciate you. Tarsi Broussard, thank you so much for the cash app. I really appreciate you, Tarsi. Thank you so much.
Formerly starting in 1948, under the leadership of profound musician and arranger William W. Davis, this band has had a storied legacy with over 50 years of prominence, performing at the New York's World Fair in 1965 for several NFL halftimes, the Motown 30th anniversary celebration in Hollywood, California, the 34th NAACP Image Awards, it's the band that provides the blueprints for all others to follow. The famous Sonic.
I think your name is Eunice. Thank you so much for the cash. I really appreciate you. I hope I pronounced your name right. Todd McManus, thank you so much for the cash up. I really appreciate you. Thank y'all, man. I really appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all so much for helping out the channel, man. Y'all are effing freaking awesome, man. Appreciate y'all. Alfred McClinton, thank you so much, man. Thank y'all so much for donating to the channel. Thank you so much.
Southern University, this is how drilling is done.
Melvin Jack, thank you so much for the cash up, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Shan Harvey, thank you so much for the cash up. I really appreciate you, Shan. Thank you so much.
And now, here's Fire and Desire by the dynamic duo Rick James and Tina Marie, arranged and conducted by Director of Band, Dr. Roderick Little.
Johnny Lowe, thank you so much for the cash up. I really appreciate you, Johnny.
Tiger Nation, sing along with the Sonic Boom.
Natasha, thank you so much for the cash up. I really appreciate you, Natasha. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you. It sounded good out there.
They are the thrill of a billion eyes with style and grace and high GPAs. The prancing J-Set, dancing to Judas by Lady Gaga. Prancing J-Sets. Southern fans, the Boom will now put a Mississippi twist on a Louisiana classic. It's all about that Mississippi pride. M-I, cricket letter I, cricket letter I, humpback I.
Lisa Lee, thank you so much for the cash app. I really appreciate you. Bonzel, thank you so much for that cash app. I really appreciate you. Thank y'all so much for donating to the channel. Mr. Catchings, thank you so much for that cash app. I really appreciate you.
Now let's fast
thank you so much.
2020 and beyond. While facing a global pandemic, ice storms, and a water crisis, this band, as a family in 2.5 years, has been featured on major platforms such as Disney Pixar, McDonald's, YouTube, Pandora, NBA TV, Urban One Network, Good Morning America, Sports Illustrated, The Washington Post, ESPN, ABC, NBC, and BET, and increase its national footprint on social media. But most importantly, retention and graduation rates have increased because of our extensive resume that is still growing. We are still the champion. If you don't know, now you know.
Very fitting song right now. Very fitting song. William Transport and Logistics, thank you so much for the cash app, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Director of Bands and Chief Arranger. Mr. Brandon Jenkins is an assistant band director. Dr. Ramon Jackson is an
Shalandra
assistant
Bell,
band director.
thank you so much for the cash app. I really appreciate you, Shalandra. Thank you so much.
Instructor. Miss Chloe Ashley Crowley is the director of the Prancing J-Set. And Miss Courtney Lett is the administrative
Carlos
assistant.
Kinney, thank you so much for the cash app. I really appreciate you, Carlos. Thank you.
This has been the voice of the Boom, Richard Myers. Thank you and good evening.
Adrian Bolton, thank you so much for that cash app. I really appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much.
Fans, please
Marlon
direct your
Williams,
attention
thank
to
you
the
so much for the
20-yard
cash app, brother. I really
line
appreciate
for
you, man.
special
Thank you so much.
presentation from Home Depot. Representing the Home Depot, we have Tiffany Mitsus, Senior Manager for Multicultural
Quan Ford,
Marketing.
thank you so much for that cash app, man. I really appreciate you, Quan. Thank you so much.
President Shields. Jackson State is represented by President Hudson. The Home Depot Retool Your School program has been supporting the nation's HBCUs since 2009, providing grants to help schools uplift, improve, and beautify their campuses. Both Jackson State and Southern University are beneficiaries of campus improvement grants from the Home Depot this year. Based on number of votes received from their communities, Southern University is a recipient of a $30,000 grant, and Jackson State is a recipient of a $40,000 grant. Congratulations to both schools. Thank you, Home Depot.
All right, so we're done with that. So let's go ahead and get back to the game, man. Get back to the game.
Home and car insurance easy.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Terrian, thank you so much for the cash app.
Welcome back to Dr. Pepper Championship Week.
And we welcome you back to the SWAC Championship on ESPN2, presented by McDonald's as a part of Dr. Pepper Championship Week. Here at the half, the score 33-10 in favor of the reigning SWAC champion Jackson State Tigers, as we welcome you back upside the booth. Jay Walker, Tiffany Green. All right, so that first half, we saw Jackson State score on their first 5 opening drives, but they were able to benefit from miscues out of Southern.
I mean, the defense is dominant. More importantly, the defense is disruptive. They know how to create turnovers. They try to create turnovers, and when the defense is playing that well, the offense is as good as advertised. They make the other teams pay for their mistakes.
When you take a look at those first half highlights, you'll see exactly what we're talking about. Bishan McCray started off this ball game and threw an interception to Herman Smith all the way down to the 1-yard line, and then Jackson State was able to punch it in thanks to Savion Wilkerson.
You get the ball to Wilkerson, that's what I mean. A good defense creates a turnover, and then the offense takes over from there. They get another turnover, and as they get the turnover there, what are they going to do? Same possession, they get the ball, playing chess, just pitching and catching it. Shedeur Sanders too comfortable in this game, where we saw Southern quarterback under duress all in the first half.
I'll tell you this, Shedeur Sanders found a number of different receivers, 15 of 24, 184 yards and 3 touchdowns through the air. However, signs of life thanks to backup quarterback Glendon McDaniel coming in.
McDaniel, the third-string quarterback going into this game, gave him a spark offensively with his legs, a little bit of a surprise. We'll see if they can build any type of momentum. They did score the last 3 points to end the first half.
Now, obviously, we talked about the bottom half there with the turnovers and points off turnovers. Largest halftime deficit for Southern. They've got to figure out a way to come out and get a stop defensively in order to get the ball back and work their way into this ball game. Eric Dooley, who was here last season on the sideline for another team, now leads Southern here on this stage, and they have to look forward. We'll see the halftime adjustments that were made as Jackson State will receive the ball to start this third quarter. Squib kick, great return and field possession for Jackson State as we send it down to Jalen Johnson on the sideline.
Thanks, Tiff. Yeah, you guys talked about the energy backup quarterback McDaniel has given the Southern offense, and I asked Coach Dooley what was the decision-making behind that, and he said, there is no tomorrow. We got to go out and try to win this game. He said the message at halftime for his team was to go play Southern football. He said, we're only down 23 points. He has faith in his team to come out and play differently this half.
They've got a big deficit to overcome, but not impossible, and one way that they can get back into this ball game quickly lends itself to the way they play offense. Big explosive plays, but first defense has to do its job as Savion Wilkerson on the carry. The first to meet him was Davis.
Coming out of the locker room, this is the most important drive. If Southern's going to make a run in this game, it starts with the defense making a stop, stopping Jackson State from putting points on the board to increase their lead. This is where you want your playmakers to step up and make plays.
Just tuning in, second best defense in the conference. Southern only allowing 20 points a game. You see the 33 spot hung up by Jackson State through the first 2 quarters. That pass complete to DJ Stevens, and what Shedeur Sanders did in that first half was really spread the wealth.
Spread it around all the receivers, and he didn't get sacked. And if number 2 stays upright, then 2 gonna hurt you. And when he starts talking in third person, 2 gonna hurt you if you don't hurt him.
We saw him do that as Jackson State opened the season with a 59-3 win over Florida A&M, and Shedeur Sanders certainly hurt the Rattlers. And the flag came out on the play, and we'll see if Preston Clipper and his officiating crew can discuss it and give us a call.
They'll get the 5-yard penalty because there might have been some contact made. So a lot of people don't understand that rule. If you're in the neutral zone and you snap it, free play. If contact is made, whoa!
5-yard penalty.
Excuse me, Jay Walker, be quiet. So they called the false start. Let's see. What? Hey, be quiet, Jay. I'm gonna be quiet, not believe my My eyes lied to me because I saw clearly offsides on the defense, but take advantage of it. If you're Southern University, officials gave you one. Let's see if they can capitalize.
Chance to come up with a big stop on 3rd down, and they're able to do so. That's Glenn Brown from his nickel position as he broke up that play. Kevin Coleman, the intended target, and helped by that penalty, and 4th down on the way.
And I'm a little surprised they're not going for it. Coming out of the locker room, you've got the ball, you cross midfield, you want to make a statement. They've left some points on the board. A little surprised early on in Coach Prime's tenure, he was going for on downs like this, but showing the maturation as a coach. Realize he's got a defense that's played a whale of a football game.
Sam Johnson has that one blocked. And Southern will have the football. Special teams play from the Jaguars, and that's Rodney Johnson who comes up with the block.
And one thing about Rodney Johnson, we talked about it earlier, he competes collegiately as a sprinter. So what does he do? He's got the speed to get there. He's one of the few guys on the field that can get there. A little bit of a hurdle. He's a hurdler in college and was not going to jeopardize running into the kicker. That's just a great angle, taking advantage of the high snap. And coming out of the locker room, the Jaguars get a big break on special teams.
We'll see if now Southern can capitalize on that special teams play from Rodney Johnson. 2nd and 10 for Glendon McDaniel, and this Jackson State defense always swarming around the football, the great team speed, as you mentioned, from them. We'll see if they make the adjustment too, Jay, that you mentioned earlier, more crossing routes.
Yeah, use some crossing routes, intermediate throws. You don't always have to throw the ball downfield deep.
McDaniel trying to outrun defenders, and Glendon McDaniel has really shown us something. Again, coming in as like the pocket passer, it's Glendon McDaniel's feet that are really helping on these drives.
Yeah, not fast, but fast enough, and able to outrun defensive linemen and change directions on linebackers. Put together there, it's got a nice frame, quick release. When he throws the football, he's had a gutsy performance here today.
6'2", 200 pounds out of Dothan, Alabama, as the Jaguars signal caller.
Crossing route. They ran a slant pattern. And that's what you want right there. When you've got guys in the slot, don't become so one-dimensional. Finally do it. If they want to bring pressure, somebody leaves the middle of the field, it's an easy throw. It's only 8-9 yards away from you. You can become very accurate with throws.
Chandler Whitfield helps Southern pick up the 1st down, and now with the man, what a throw and catch brought in. Let's reward Whitfield, says McDaniel. He looks up to the sky, and Southern is on the board again.
That was a perfectly thrown pass. This is one of those ones that, as a former quarterback, you say, I used to throw them like that, but this was on the money, in full stride. Perfectly thrown seam ball. Not a lot of room to get that football in there. And we talked about the job McDaniel's done with his legs. We're showing you I can drop dimes also. Perfect throw.
The explosive play, 34 yards, longest for Southern. Joshua Griffin on to attempt the extra point. It is good, and watch out because Southern, the Jaguars on the prowl.
Trying to get it done. Look at the location. Just run down there. Look up in your left pocket, and the ball's going to be right there. Touchdown for Southern University. Look up. Give it up.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
Say you're looking for the perfect present. You might try looking at the perfect place. A place with gifts that light up a face, as well as a room. Where it's easy to find the brands they'll love and the advice you trust. That place is your local Ace. Around the block, what you need in stock with people who know their gifts. Get our best price ever by saving $180 on a Weber Genesis 2. And Ace Rewards members get free assembly and delivery on new grills.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
I'm the captain of the Pee Wee football team. We may be small, but we are mighty, annoying. And you are so tired from playing defense against us that your focus is about to ride the bench. Go, go, go. Thanks, Mom.
Bye.
Come on, come on. And if you have cut rate car insurance, then not even a Hail Mary will save you from paying for this. So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me. Awesome.
The fully electric Audi e-tron family is here. With models that fit any lifestyle. And innovative ways to make your e-tron your own. Through elegant design and progressive technology. All the exhilaration, none of the compromise. The Audi e-tron family. Progress that moves you.
At Domino's, next time you order 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each, you could be in for a shock. Because Domino's is now delivering pizza with new electric vehicles across the country. With over 100 EVs on the road today and hundreds more to come. It's good for pizza delivery and better for the planet.
You're good. I'm great.
Are you ready for football to get down to the nitty-gritty? Or whatever this is? Are you standing up, breaking down, and staying hyped for football? Good. Then you're ready.
Folks, a 2-score ball game here in this SWAC championship. And Southern working their way back in it.
And this is football one-on-one. You're going to see Whitaker here against the safety, Bolden. And what does he do? He gets a nice, clean release and runs right up that seam. This is how you draw it up. Football, get behind the defensive back, line of contact, run in a straight line. Don't let him get back in there. Perfectly thrown pass, nice execution. Jaguars.
And it's important to note that 26-0 in the first quarter for Jackson State. And since then, Southern has been able to put 17 points on the board. They're closing in, and you have to credit the play of Glendon McDaniel. He and this offense have been clicking. They figured something out. And now, what looked like a bleak outlook for the remainder of the game, hey, Glendon McDaniel says, we were down, but we weren't out.
Made it a 2-score game. The special teams got involved. And just like we saw Jackson State take advantage of Southern miscues in the first half, Southern took advantage of a Jackson State miscue on special teams. Now can their defense continue
y'all subscribe
to slow down this JSU offense?
For Jackson State, it's been a punt, turnover on downs, and another punt in their last possession. So Jaguars have figured something out. For more on that, we'll send it down to Jalen.
You guys, as I was walking on this Southern sideline, Corian Harris came up to me. He said they thought it was over, but it's never over. He was leading his defensive guys, saying we just have to make plays. Let's get a stop. Let's get to the ball. Let's get back in this.
Corian Harris, first team All-SWAC selection, one of those dudes on defense for the visitors. And we'll see if they can come up with a stop here on third down. Jalen Campbell coming off a great performance in the Bayou Classic, 11 tackles, 2 sacks, couple tackles for loss. Now hoping he or his defense can come up with another big play here on 3rd and 4.
Don't get so aggressive. They're playing man-to-man. I understand it, but make them drive the length of the field. Don't give up the big play right now. This is aggressive play calling by Southern on defense.
hooks underneath, open, first down. There's a little pop there at the end from Kristen Davis, but move the chains for the Tigers.
See how well coached they are? Man-to-man coverage, they're coming. What route did they hit?
Slant.
Crossing route. Slant route.
Your eye in the sky, and obviously having played the quarterback both at the collegiate and NFL level, you know it. You see it.
Yep, and they were fortunate that they didn't try a vertical shot on that one because Jackson State has enough speed at wide receiver to get behind your defenders with nobody there to help. I thought that was a very aggressive play call by defensive coordinator Henry Miller. He was fortunate that Jackson State only got a first down.
Shador with the defender in his face, flips it out to Dallas Daniels. Daniels,
wow,
near midfield, and Dallas Daniels in the yak.
The yards after the catch, and when you've got athletic wide receivers, there were two Southern defenders that could have made the tackle short of a first down. They both missed. First down, Tigers.
Rico Powers targeted right to him, and Shador Sanders going to the ground, one of the rare times that they've been able to lay a lick on him.
But they made him uncomfortable, and that's what you need to do. You need to dirty up that uniform a little bit. We saw a lot of smiling, and he was roaming free, having a good time, but now it's time for him to focus, and he's going to have to make some throws for the pocket.
Does so, swings it out to Savion Wilkerson, and another first down on the way, gain of 7. We heard Coach Prime tell Jalen going into the locker room, while we played well, we didn't finish. And so we'll see if they are focused and finished. They tried to move quickly with tempo, but an offsides. Or false start, excuse me.
Offense, number 73, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
They're the false start. And we see that so often. Places we go, every time a team wants to hurry up, they're hurrying up so much and they lose their rhythm. Jackson State had a good rhythm going on consecutive plays. Got a little bit too fast for their own good and some movement up front.
The handoff inside. Not much room to run for the ball carrier.
This game is getting real interesting. I mean, this chess match between Henry Miller and Brett Bartoloni, it's you've only got so many plays you have, and although Jackson State has so many weapons, there's only one football. So who are you designing the play to go for?
Again, so much time for Shador Sanders staying clean in the pocket. That one batted away by Kristen Davis. DJ Stevens was the intended receiver.
And you live with that. And you live with that if you're Southern University. You got pressure on the pocket, flush Sanders out, had an incompletion. You see right there, the play selection is not as fun as it was in the first half for the offensive coordinator. Give credit. Football's a game of adjustments, halftime adjustments. Let's see what they dial up.
On third down, Sanders looking, has Rico Powers, and just finding the little soft spot within the defense and keep this drive going. 16-yard gain.
Cover 2, soft spot, middle of the defense. Get behind the linebackers, right there. Wide open in between the two safeties.
Oh, y'all subscribe.
Sanders had enough time to stand tall in the pocket, and we know when number 2 is clean, he can do some damage.
That's why he's led the conference in completions, completion percentage, passing yards, and touchdowns. Phenomenal year for Sanders. Trying to let his legend grow here as a marker down the field.
They're going to call holding on the defense. Tough one, too, right when Sanders is going to give it away.
Holding, defense, number 17. 10-yard penalty, automatic. First down.
You know, one thing I've notice about this situation, this type of drive, Jackson State doesn't like this. Like, this is frustrating. You know, they've got athletes. They want explosive plays, too. But if you're Southern, you have to live with, hey, make them drive the length of the field, make it an ugly drive. And right now, if you get them to settle for a field goal, you'll take that. But JSU likes to score in a hurry. Southern slowed them down.
Shedeur Sanders already with 3 touchdowns. 8 of the 11 games he's played, he's been able to do just that. Savion Wilkerson. And Wilkerson with a nice little burst there for 4 yards.
Good opportunity to run the football behind Willis Patrick. Their big right tackle. You see Devin Hayes there, but Patrick, a guy who thought he should have been an all-conference, first-team all-conference offensive lineman. He's been the bell cow of this offensive line, running behind him. His coach said he's going to play with purpose.
Well, to your point, Jay, he said, well, he felt snubbed, right? 12 all SWAC selections for this group. 4 out of the 5 were players of the year, and Willis Patrick said, well shoot, I feel like I should have been on there as a first or second teamer.
False start, offense, number 86, 5-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
Once again on this drive, big play here, 3rd and 9. This is not how Jackson State likes to operate. They want that tempo, light up the scoreboard, strike up the sonic boom in a hurry.
And this drive really putting some strain, though, on Southern. About 6 minutes so far on this drive. Big 3rd down, got to get it off. Sanders snaps it in time. Goes on the outside. Near catch made, and it's incomplete to Kevin Coleman. 4th down, and you said a win for Southern if they could see the Tigers kick a field goal.
And it was because, you know, you had just alluded to, hey, but Southern's been on the field for a while, 6 minutes, 0 points during those 6 minutes, and we've seen them score in bunches. So now if they have to settle for just 3 points in 6 minutes, you take that if you're defensive coordinator Henry Miller.
See Sanders talking with offensive coordinator Brett Bartolone. 33-yard attempt for Alejandro Mata. Mata, 10 of 11 this season on field goals, and this one right in his wheelhouse, and it's good, and that makes it a 3-score ball game.
All points are good points. The defense was a little bit of bend, but they didn't break.
Southern trying to answer back, cut this lead down again with 5:26 to go in the 3rd of this SWAC championship game.
Keep your eyes on the horizon 100% of the time. You are a success story in the making, and you can't wait to get started. So, as proud supporters of HBCUs around the country, we can't wait to see how far you go.
This is unlike anything else.
Follow me.
A treasure map. Oh my God.
A land filled with adventure.
This is epic!
I love this place. It's wicked good.
Would someone please pass me the sweet potatoes?
Sorry, Grandma, we don't have sweet potatoes.
Oh, what do you mean we don't have sweet potatoes? I told you to get some.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
And you gave me a whole list of things, and I got them all. There's not a list. It doesn't have sweet potatoes on it. Should I look at the replay? Oh, please.
This What Really Happened replay is brought to you by Progressive. One thing no one would challenge, saving money when you bundle home and auto with Progressive.
I'm sorry, Mom. I forgot the sweet potatoes.
Christmas trees try so hard. Lights and ornaments and little choo-choo trains, come on. The best trees?
Yeah, better right now. Stop.
Only need 2 bakes. Peanut butter and chocolate. Not sorry. Reese's.
So often give me the 500.
I've always loved building things.
Not just structures and skyscrapers, but teams who make it all possible. After all, we wouldn't be where we are today without them. So we made sure that, like these buildings, their futures may also stand the test of time.
What will you do? Will you make something better? Create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors can provide you with the tools and expertise you need to bring out the innovator in you.
My brother got me this ring when he was stationed overseas. He didn't make it home, but his best friend made sure that I got it and became the love of my life.
Express your extraordinary love. Jared, love brilliantly.
Let's see who's bringing the flavor. Brought to you by McDonald's. Solo round 2 action. Human jukebox. And then, you know, they call it the Boombox Classic when these two teams meet. So Jackson State and the Sonic Boom of the South, they did their thing too. It was fun.
Who won, Tiffany?
I do not.
And since we're calling the action, we don't.
I don't.
We don't say who's going to win.
Hey,
We don't predict.
Both bands were great. We were rocking to songs from both sides.
And Rick James and Tina Marie Fire Desire was a good one. Southern, though, I mean, let's say this. Southern's always one of the top 5 bands in the country. Every year, no doubt about it. You know, the legacy still lives on. The Dr. Isaac Gregg established down there. But I've said it many times before, the most improved band is Jackson State. They were outside of my top 5 for a couple years, and now they're a top 5 band. They're good.
Under the direction of Kedrick Taylor and Roderick Little of Southern and Jackson State, respectively. And look, this has been a duel. Like we mentioned in the top of the telecast, there was going to be a battle on the field, and yes, the fans are great, but the battle of the bands is real, okay? Y'all, they haven't stopped playing. And like one plays, all right, stop. All right, let me one up you right here. Let me show you what I got.
And during the game they had here during the year, there was a little melee, let's call it, between the bands on the field. One band came on too soon, took too long getting off, so that's what's going on in the stands. But right now, this is turning into a pretty good ball game. Jackson State had a chance to run away with it, and Southern found life.
Well, Glendon McDaniel going to Cassius Allen, the big wideout on the outside. First time he's been targeted at all today. And when we talked with coaches, they felt like Cassius Allen was one of their big play guys. We thought we'd maybe see the ball get in his hands a little bit more.
Yeah, and Allen got the size that you really like at 6'4". Great catch radius. But sometimes when you have so many quarterbacks, if you've got a guy like Allen that doesn't necessarily separate well, different quarterbacks see different things when trying to throw him open. So you got to put a little bit more air on it. You really want it to be more of a jump ball rather than trying to throw an accurately thrown pass.
McDaniel 119 yards to the air and a touchdown. That pass incomplete, but he himself has been responsible for more than 200 yards of offense with 87 yards on the ground. Batted away by Mercier, and now 3rd and 10 for Southern. At 50-50 ball going on the outside. We've seen some spectacular plays made. That's August Pete flexing his muscles.
That's what they like to do. They like to take deep vertical shots, and I call it a low-risk pass that I say, but when you convert it, it's a great call. Way to get physical on the outside, separate, and locate the football. Concentration by Pete.
Oh, look, they're taking shots. You talk about trying to get big chunk plays, big explosive plays, and that's what Eric Dooley said. That's when our team is at their best.
Yeah, but we haven't seen guys get wide open. We've seen great catches, right? We saw the great throw by McDaniel. I still think you got to redirect these guys a little bit. Relying on the vertical passing game, that may be your strength, but a team that can run step for step with you makes it tough.
McDaniel, 4 completions of 30 yards or more here on 2nd and 10. Now 3rd down for Southern.
Yeah, second time we've seen on this drive alone, Mercier, number 31, the D tackle for Jackson State, leave his feet and get a pass deflection at the line of scrimmage. Can they convert another 3rd and long? You're living dangerously. And wouldn't be surprised if Jackson State did something they don't do, which is play zone coverage in this one. They've been doing the man, and that puts one-on-one on the outside, and these big receivers have been making plays. Well, I'm wrong. JSU's going to JSU. They're bringing pressure.
And they had the right call, but escaping, nearly untouched, is Glendon McDaniel. Touchdown, Southern. The recognition of the pressure, the right call made, stepping up and running into the end zone. Longest play for Southern, 42 yards. And Glendon McDaniel saying, I'm putting this team on my back.
Yeah, and this is McDaniel. I mean, this was not a quarterback draw. He recognized man-to-man coverage. They're coming for me. I need to get away from this pressure. Ran right up the middle for the score. I thought it'd be a good idea if you play a little zone, Jackson State. I know, but you are who you are. What I say before the snap, JSU going JSU. Here come the blitz. And when you blitz the quarterback and you don't get to him, it makes you hurt.
Good.
75-yard touchdown in less than a minute for Southern.
It was a great drive, and calling your own number, look at that. The C's just split apart. McDaniel takes advantage of you. The quarterback with the arm showing you he's got legs too.
Feels like a change is coming.
Finding a place to call home isn't always easy, but even against the odds, our families made it happen. It's your turn now. And Rocket Mortgage is here to help open those doors. With a verified approval, you have an edge. So now sellers know you're a serious buyer. When it's time to buy that house and make it home, Rocket can.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson.
I'm a Vegas hotel. I don't want anything long-term either.
All y'all subscribe.
Just a few nights of fun.
All y'all subscribe for me. I got 1,507 people watching. Like 500 of y'all subscribed. You give me to like 1,000 subscribed by the night. By the football game over with.
We also have Tide Ultra Oxy with odor eliminators. Between stains and odors, it can handle double trouble.
For the #1 stain fighter and odor remover, it's got to be Tide.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
Say hello to Rocket Money, an all-in-one personal finance app, packed with tools to help you manage and save money, like canceling unused subscriptions with just a tap. If you're ready for a total money management solution, then download the Rocket Money app today.
Projects, the projecting gaming arcade now with animated targets to blast on your wall. Swap slides for different targets, but stay sharp, they move fast. Projects is portable to play inside or out. Family gaming gets an upgrade. You can get the Projects 2 blaster set and TV exclusive sticker sheet for $49.99 plus $7.99 processing and handling. Batteries not included. Must be 18 or older to order. It's the projecting gaming arcade with animated targets that's a blast to play. It's Projects from NSI.
As the Bespoke Postman, I only deliver one high-quality package from Bespoke Post, and it's all been tested by me. Discover the best small brands in the world at BespokePost.com.
No quit for Southern as Glendon McDaniel hyping up his teammates and feeling good on the sideline. Down 2 scores. Hey, look, these teams met in the first ever SWAC championship game in 1999. You see that grainy film video, but how about Devin Lewis with that late score to help rally Southern over Jackson State 31-30. And then you go back to 2013 in Houston, and it was
that close.
Ooh, just so close. That one was called out. Southern wins that one, ends the ball game. And so Southern 2-0 against Jackson State in SWAC championship games. Glendon McDaniel, you see the comparison through the first 11 games. Again, backup quarterback, third string for much of the season.
It's a live ball, okay.
He is, again, the catalyst for Southern.
Coming in this game, he was third on the depth chart, but he's been experienced. He's been at Southern University his whole career, no transfer. He's a guy there, knows what the tradition's like. He's seen the good times, he's seen the bad times, the highs and the lows, and playing like the graduate senior student athlete that he is and giving them a chance in this game tonight.
Responsible for 90% of Southern's offense tonight. Now, what will Shador Sanders and this Tiger offense do as
face mask.
Ouch.
Oh. 15 yards. Ouch. Right.
Gaines yanked down by the face mask. And tack on
Personal
15.
foul. Or scarlet tackle. Defense. Number 9. 15-yard penalty. First down.
Let's say they got horse collars. Take another look at it. This goes against.
I'm 52 subs away from 400. Y'all help me hit 400 subs. Everybody subscribe right now.
Safety. The thing about it, Taj Brown weighs so much that he can grab Gaines and slow him down with his hands, but when you go to the ground, they're going to call it on you.
So that moves the ball out to the 38-yard line. Swings it out. That's Santee Marshall. Out of New Orleans, Louisiana. 4-yard gain. So we saw just a couple drives ago, an impressive one for Jackson State. They took off about nearly 6.5 minutes off the clock. And here looking to get a little bit more separation. 2nd and 5, there's Marshall again, and he's going to be stopped a couple yards.
The more Southern can make Jackson State face pressure situations, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 4, you put the pressure on.
An injured Jaguar player on the field. And that's all SWAC performer Corian Harris, who is the best defensive player on the field for Southern, according to their coaching staff. He's being looked at by the medical team, the trainers.
They're going to need him in this ball game. I mean, he took a poor angle early, but ever since then, he's been playing lights out. Catalyst of that defensive secondary.
And walking gingerly to the sideline. Let's see another look at the last play.
Coming in there to mix it up and make a tackle. Wow, you wonder, did he lower his helmet a little bit? Might have dinged himself. But keep an eye on him, but they really would like to have his services for the rest of this game.
That could be a big blow to this defense for Southern. Meanwhile, 3rd and 4. Jackson State trying to convert. Wide open is Willie Gaines. Well, Shador Sanders stood in the pocket, took the hit, but found Willie Gaines 41 yards down the field.
They put the pressure on him. pressure situation, but Jackson State, that's a big-time play by the quarterback. That's reading your keys, knowing where you're going with the football before it's snapped. Harris leaves the game, the rangy safety for Southern University, and JSU takes advantage of it.
Inside the red zone, smelling attack for the Tigers. Delayed handoff to Santee Marshall, and Marshall, the 5'10 senior, squeaking through there. Gain of 7.
Now we see Southern finds themselves in that same situation. Okay, you've given up the big play. They moved the ball on you. Can you hold them to just a field goal try? Now you sell out, bring the pressure in the blitz, but I watched number 4, Dallas Daniels, in the slot. You see him there, line it up. Loves to run that corner route in the red zone.
Looking his way, but instead going to the outside, and that's Rico Powers, and it's a touchdown! Fireworks emerge in the end zone as Jackson State fans have something to cheer about. 4th touchdown through the air for Shedeur Sanders.
And look how accurate was this throw. The defensive back doesn't even realize that he just gave up a touchdown. This is what you call back shoulder. He's looking around, what happened? Powers gets up with the football. How do you defend that? That's one of the hardest plays to guard in football. Back shoulder throw. And Coach Prime told us Rico Powers is going to make some plays today.
And it's been Shedeur Sanders who's helped to deliver the ball in the hands of his playmakers, as he's done all season long. Extra point. And the 43rd point of this ball game for Jackson State. You think about just the way Shedeur Sanders has led this offensive explosion throughout the season and what he's done. Just a sophomore, Jay, but coming into this game better than 6,300 yards through his career. And he has been a SWAC killer because he does not lose against SWAC opponents.
Yeah, true sophomore. I mean, that's the thing, true. No red shirt, came in and played right away. And they knew they had something special when they got him to come along. His brother Shiloh's also there as well. Family affair. The 4 kids go to Jackson State from the Sanders household.
4 in Jackson because, you got Boston.
Yeah. So, but look at those numbers. I mean, in this game, this is a championship caliber game right now. It's all on the line. He's going to go over 300 yards passing. He got the 4 touchdowns and hasn't come close to an interception.
Time now to tell you about the exclusive reveal of the college football playoff matchups in the Fiesta and Peach Bowls to be played on New Year's Eve on ESPN. Reese and the guys will also unveil the New Year's 6 bowl games and have the final top 25 rankings in this 4-hour special. And all starts at noon Eastern after Sunday NFL Countdown on ESPN and the ESPN app.
That's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Tough break for USC. Caleb Williams getting hurt in a gutsy performance. You wonder how much that affects his Heisman chances. I don't think it should, but that injury there when he got banged up really hurt the Trojans. I thought they were definitely going to be the team that was going to make it into the playoff.
Number 80, 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
TCU goes down.
And had they won today, they would have been
absolutely
a part of the 4 teams playing the college football playoffs. So the question is, what other upsets can be pulled tonight?
Yeah, and that's what you're going to need to happen right now. The real elephant in the college football landscape is everybody wants to know, is there any way Bama gets in? That's why when people falling, trust me, those folks in Alabama like, see, You can't say playoff without Alabama. So that's what folks want to know.
Sneaky suspicion that they may find a way in there as passes complete to Cornelius Dyson. 3rd and 6. Good news is they'll have that expansion next year. It'll go to 12 teams. And so we'll see it broaden and the conversation will continue. Ball pops out at the end, but
and we know this because we're FCA fans. I'm all over the FCS. We've been doing the 2014 playoff for a couple years now, and if they're doing 12, there's still going to be debate. FCS, there's always teams getting slighted with 24. 12, you just got more people that can say they deserve to be in there.
4th and 2, and instead of running a play, Eric Dooley is going to let the clock wind down and close out the 3rd quarter. Talk about it, and we'll see what his decision is after the break. Thinking he might have to go for it. Down 43-24. Glendon McDaniel threading the needle down the seam, and McDaniel was doing a whole lot for his Jaguars. Can he have some magic in the 4th of this SWAC championship game?
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
On a Confrontational Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Oh, what's up, guys?
We want to talk to you about State not making the playoff.
Yeah, tough season, but I'm fine.
That's just it. You're not taking it hard enough.
What? I'm upset.
Why haven't you posted one insane rant on the message boards?
I keep reliving the Southern game over and over.
It's just a game. A bunch of kids with a ball. Put down that Dr. Pepper. Maybe there's more to life.
No! He's lost it!
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
5 breadsticks for my triple treat. 3 layers deep. 10 Cinnabon mini rolls to eat. And the pizza plus another pizza.
The triple treat box, only from Pizza Hut.
The holiday's here, time to spread cheer. Underwear and gear, tease the cover rear. Gift list is long. Youth trading gifts are strong.
Who wouldn't want an armpit gusset? Who wouldn't want more crouch room?
As the big day nears, overalls for pretty shears. Socks that will last for years and years. Flannels swinging into high gear.
Who wouldn't want a gift from Duluth Trading? Who wouldn't want a few buck naked?
Yuletide right, make can-do spirits rise.
Only at Duluth Trading.
This is the hotel breakfast.
It looked different online.
Do you children like eggs? Here, they make your bones grow.
It'll be fine. It's gonna be fine.
All right, guys. Look alive.
Is it fine, Daryl?
I'm starving.
When free hot breakfast can make or break your day, it matters where you stay.
Go get him.
Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
This ring is a commitment. After we got married, I got very sick. He would come every day to help me walk again. And now I'm back. This is a reminder
that love endures all.
Express your extraordinary love. Jared, love brilliantly.
It's V Week on ESPN as we continue
Jim Valvano's fight against cancer.
V-Week at ESPN, when we partner with the V Foundation to highlight the urgent need for cancer research. This is game-changing research that helps save lives, and you can join the fight against cancer by visiting v.org/donate. 100% of your donations go directly to cancer research. Huge 4th and 2 upcoming for Southern, and the defense from Jackson State holds. A surge up front and nowhere to go as Geronte Davis leading the charge and a turnover on downs.
The advantage that Jackson State has, they can crowd the line of scrimmage, but that was just a great individual effort. He beat his man there. Bernard Childs has to do a better job engaging in the block. Watch this. He's engaged, but he blows up the play and a huge 4th down stop for the Tigers.
We talked about the line backing or backer play for Jackson State all game long. Aubrey Miller, the SWAC Defensive Player of the Year. Geronte Davis, who has come alive this season, and the junior out of Greensboro, North Carolina, gets a rest after his great effort. And back on the field is Shador Sanders and this Jackson State offense. Remember, he was a top-rated signee coming out of high school from Trinity Christian, that Dallas area. And the pressure, and that one was nearly intercepted as it was deflected. Jordan Carter
back in as he steps away from well, slipped out, but incomplete pass there. But when you can make him uncomfortable like that, that's a recipe for slowing down this offense.
Caught behind the line. Dallas Daniels still on his feet and just trying to get back to the line of scrimmage. And the defense circulating as Corian Harris back in the ball game. Loss of 7 on that play.
And what you saw, it's all about angles, right? So Corian Harris is back in the game, and this is just a little swing pass. But by design, he said, I've got to force the runner back. You'll see him come from he's going across the screen right there. I got to go there. It's okay that you didn't make the tackle, but you made him change directions to have the negative play.
Third and long. Sanders trying to get out of the way, but not able to do so, leading the nation in sacks. This Southern University defense, and they pushed Jackson State backwards all the more. And guess who it is? The active sack leader in Jordan Lewis.
They've been wanting Jordan Lewis to make a great play. They say he dealt with a number of double teams. They had him playing linebacker for his NFL prospects, and that time able to track down Sanders. But all that being said, that goes to the secondary. That's what you call a secondary sack. Nowhere to go with the football. Down a distance, indicated that he had to go down the field, and they got their man.
.35-yard punt. And we will step aside with 12:42 and a trip to Atlanta on the line.
Let there be no doubt. You are ready for whatever comes next. You've got bars to raise, expectations to exceed, and it all starts right here, which is precisely why we are so proud to support HBCU programs.
Fairlife brings more to your holiday traditions. It's ultra-filtered milk with 50% more protein, 50% less sugar, and a creamy taste. This season, turn delicious into delicious. Fairlife ultra-filtered milk.
This isn't about chasing some silly dream. It's about facing your destiny head on. Are we about to turn back now? I say nay. We shall push forward to destiny.
Sure, Tim. Gently push in the clutch and put it in first.
A first for destiny. A first for destiny.
Oh, y'all subscribe.
Your lights off.
Yeah, my son and I. Like to put on Club on the TV. Press subscribe.
Here he is.
Take 2 clicks to do it.
It's gonna be a sight to behold.
The future. The way you see it is said to depend on where you sit. At X-Chair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. X-Chair has done it again with our groundbreaking LMX technology, providing hours of infinite comfort no matter where in the world you're sitting. By synthesizing the universe's elements, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience, our mission is to help you discover that every workday can happen with body and mind in an out-of-this-world place of comfort and productivity. X-Chair is charting a new course, helping workers everywhere find comfort as their work worlds zoom back and forth. Even though your work reality may continue to shift, we've got our eye on the future of work so you can focus on the present.
Go to xchair.com and use code FOOTREST22 for a free footrest with every chair purchase. And be sure to order by December 20th to ensure delivery by Christmas. Go to xchair.com now.
43-24. Jackson State still on top. And hey, folks, if you don't know, let me school you on something. That right there is Black College Hall of Fame legend, coaching extraordinaire, Pete Richardson. We saw him win the first SWAC championship. He won a lot more when he was at Southern University. Good to see old Pete doing well.
5
legend.
SWAC titles under his tenure. And right now, just making big plays we've seen, and he's watched on as Ed McGee has come up with some big grabs. And right now, he wants to see his former assistant, Eric Dooley, and his group pull out this win.
Oh, yeah, and that's great location there. The same thing that makes you laugh, makes you cry. Jackson State threw a touchdown behind the shoulder, back shoulder fade. Well, Southern comes back and converts on a big third down with a back shoulder fade for the big play.
11 completions for Glendon McDaniel in this ball game. And scrambling, and that's another way that he's been able to be equally as effective. Brought down by Herman Smith.
Pick up that first down yardage, though.
Yeah.
See, 2 reasons. Now the clock is still ticking. And 2, you still got 2 yards to go, about 1.5 yards, because they start now these new rules where you give your body up.
First down picked up by McDaniel. Think about Pete Richardson, Ace Mumford, some coaching greats from Southern University.
Seam routes open. They like to throw these seams.
I'm 40 cells away from
Well, it looked like there that Cornelius Dyson may have been a guy that was open going to the outside. Instead was McDaniel. And an incomplete pass. In this final 11 minutes, down 19 points. We'll see what type of strategy offensive coordinator and head coach Eric Dooley employs here. They could certainly benefit from some explosive plays as they've done in this one. Again, finding a way to just get away is Glendon McDaniel.
And McDaniel is not a fast runner, he's a strong runner. Arm tackles are not bringing him down. And it appears that he's going to go down like he's running for his life, but then he keeps his balance and able to run through these arm tackles, make you miss. He's been a difference maker in this game.
Swings it out to Kendrick Rhymes. Let's send it down to Jalen. What you got?
You guys, I know you probably haven't heard or seen Travis Hunter on the field. He is in sweats. He's not dressed anymore. They said at half nothing's wrong with him, and they're just giving him a little bit of rest. But they said the flu has kind of been going around the team, so he's just feeling a little down. So they're just playing it safe. So he's on the sideline. He's done for the night.
Well, thanks so much for that report and update, Jalen, because we saw him in the first half, and he was tested a few times. He was involved on the offense as well.
Look
but
out.
a number of playmakers to make sure they cover up for Travis Hunter's presence on the field as Justin Reagan up front. Big sack from number 92.
Yeah, and they're coming from a stand-up linebacker position, left side of your screen, and just pulls the jersey out of the way. That's poor technique by Bryce McNair, the left tackle, getting beat on that play there. Reagan comes up with a big sack.
The coaching staff just talked about how he has just improved along that defensive line. And Southern spending a timeout with 9:21 remaining here in the fourth quarter. We'll take that break as well. Come back with us on the other side.
Can you hear me calling out your name? You know that I'm falling and I don't know what to say. I wanna be with you.
From Bolt to Blazer, Equinox to Silverado, Chevy EVs are for everyone, everywhere.
My brother got me this ring when he was stationed overseas. He didn't make it home, but his best friend made sure that I got it and became the love of my life.
Express your extraordinary love. Jarrett, love brilliantly.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool your school. We're powered by purpose.
If there's anyone here who knows why they should not be joined in...
Short. He's short. He's so clearly short.
Girl, that's too much.
It's college football with AT&T 5G. It's never too much.
What's the score?
You're looking very handsome, Tyler, very tall.
AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure.
If you thought one napkin for the quarter pounder with cheese was enough, it's not enough.
You know, they say, losing hope, that's the real disaster. Last year, Tropical Storm Fred sent a devastating wall of water and debris down this river. And when the waters receded, Belfour was here. Not just to rebuild, but to help restore the life of this community. Belfour, restoring more than property.
The SWAC Championship on ESPN is presented by McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Movement, elevating the next generation of Black excellence, and in part by Belfour Property Restoration, restoring more than property.
Well, Coach Prime could very well be headed to Colorado, according to our Pete Thamel. A report came out late last night that he will be the next head coach of Colorado. And let's look at just what he's done. Third season as head coach, but over the last 2 years, 22 wins. And when you compare that with some of the best coaches in the game, Nick Saban, Kirby Smart, Jim Harbaugh, that's pretty elite company. But that's where Coach Prime is used to being, because that's where he's been all throughout his career. And his team coming up with a big stop on 3rd down. And an injured player on the field for Southern. And that's the center, the most experienced guy up front, Dallas Black, who has been an anchor for this Jaguar team. And they're looking at his left leg being helped up and assisted to the sideline.
And that's going to be a tough blow because they'll have to shuffle their line a little bit. Black will have to leave the game, and I think you're at the point in the game where you go for it on 4th down. Too long for a field goal attempt. Timeout on your side, so pretty sure they'll shuffle the deck and have somebody come in and have to replace Black.
An all-SWAC performer. First teamer as named, and so trotting in is Bernard Childs, the backup center out of Houston, Texas. 4th and 18. Staying alive. And this one is intercepted. Thrown a little too late, and guess who it is? Cameron Silman Craig. A heady football player, one of the smartest according to his defensive coordinator, Dennis Thurman. He says one of the smartest guys I've coached.
And he makes plays, and you know what? I'm not even going to get mad at Glendon McDaniel for this interception. You know why? It's 4th down. You can't afford to just throw it away. He's trying to make something happen. He's played a great football game. Why not take a shot? Just went there a little bit too late, and Silman Craig made him pay for it.
Join the HBCU family. You become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
All you got was ham? Good. And all you got was turkey.
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
Oh yeah, we need these, no? You know what we do need?
Nacho fries, topped with everything.
We absolutely needed these.
Introducing Taco Bell's new 7-layer nacho fries.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm the team mascot, and boy, am I running late. But I got lead in my foot and spirit in my fingers. Ow, what a hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to cover that might tank your season. So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me. Woo!
Because your lives are forever entwined.
Darling, please be mine.
Love entwined, exclusively at K.
Only a handful of teams remained, all vying for a spot in the playoffs, for the right to call themselves the national champions.
It's Saturday primetime, Celtics Warriors on ABC.
Cameron Silman Craig coming up with Jackson State's 4th takeaway of the ball game. 4 turnovers now. And Jackson State 8 minutes and 40 seconds away from repeating as back-to-back SWAC champions. Last time that was done in the 95-96 season. And the ball carrier and Savion Wilkerson just pulling an entire power with him. We talked about the strong downhill runner that he's been. And for more on 36 Wilkerson, let's send it down to Jalen.
Tiff Savion told me yesterday that he knew he had to make an impression as soon as he stepped on campus. So he said the first day of camp, he knew Coach Sanders was going to be watching at all the little details. And that's what he said he was going to work on. And he said he made him look and he pays attention.
And all season long, Coach Prime is saying his praises. Talked about how he's just been blown away with his work ethic, his approach. 1,000-yard rusher at Delaware State, transferring here to Jackson State, amassing more than 1,000 yards this season. And he's just been a guy that they can rely on. And that was an area where they felt like they needed to improve after losing in last year's Celebration Bowl. They said, hey, we needed to find a way to run the football better. We needed to find a way to protect Shedeur Sanders. And guess what they did this season? They found a way to improve both areas.
And I will tell you this, no knock on the MEAC as a conference, but if you could rush for 1,000 yards at Delaware State with some of those bad teams they had during that time, then you get yourself a good line and you know you're going to be able to rush for 1,000 yards. So wasn't really surprised to see Wilkerson having success that he had with an improved offensive line.
Everybody inside the live, subscribe right now.
Dallas Daniels with the ball in his hands. This is a team who won 11 games last season. They went undefeated in the newly aligned SWAC East. They repeat as division champs and perfect in this 2022 campaign. And they're closing in on win number 12 this season and heading back to the Cricket Celebration Bowl. Question is this the last game or the last two games for Coach Prime? And we've had conversations about this, Jay, offline, and there's been so much discussion around Coach Prime's future. You said it at the beginning that you felt like he owed HBCUs nothing, Jackson State nothing. He had done what he came here to do. He felt like he was on assignment, said he was led by the Lord here, got his first collegiate head coaching job, and he's had great success, tremendous success.
And it's called a coaching profession. You get into coaching to try to compete at the highest levels. So I think that, by doing so, I've got friends that are coaches. A lot of my friends are coaches. They've got to make career decisions, lifetime decisions, family decisions, friends decisions. He's no different. So hearing the story, if he goes, no surprise to me because he's a coach. With that type of successful record, he's got the right to do that. Will we miss him? Will Jackson State miss him? The HBC community? Absolutely. But I think, he's made a lot of fans and helped out a lot of people.
And in talking with some of the Jackson State faithful, they made mention of the fact that they wouldn't begrudge him, just as you said, to take this opportunity because it is what is best for he and his family. He's always talked about looking out for his assistants. And obviously, we still have some more time to talk about it, and we'll do so on the other side of the break here from Jackson, Mississippi.
All y'all subscribed on the break. Everybody starting out right now. You put the subscribe button.
Yo soy mago, desaparezco. Cuentas tan plenas. Está muy fuerte como. Mira como estos niños aquí quieren ser como yo, no como tú. Vos sos fantasma, solo dices boo. Desaparezco. Está muy fuerte como.
On an urgent Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Hurry! It's almost kickoff. I am. Oh, they logged me out! What's the password?
Okay, it's P23XR ampersand.
Dude, the caps lock is on! Ah! How much time we got?
I miss basic cable. Here we go.
What was there? Oh no, I got the spinning wheel!
Fanstown by Dr. Pepper.
This commercial. Game hasn't started. They play these too much.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Who's on it with Jardians?
Free. Jump. We're the ones getting it done.
We're managing type 2 diabetes and heart risk.
We're on it with Jardians.
Join the growing number of people who are on it with the once daily pill, Jardians. Jardians not only lowers A1C, it goes beyond to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease. And Jardians may help you lose some weight.
Jardians may cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardians with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
A once daily pill that goes beyond lowering A1C?
We're on it.
We're on it.
We're on it with Jardians.
Ask your doctor about Jardians.
Hi, I'm Jordan. A little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Peppermint Chip Milkshake is the peppermint bark. It reminds me of peppermint bark that my grandmother used to make. It's the perfect crunch that sparks holiday joy. It's holiday-licious.
This ring is a commitment. After we got married, I got very sick. He would come every day to help me walk again. And now I'm back. This is a reminder
that love endures all. I'm 20 subscribers away from 400. I need everybody right now to go subscribe. Help me hit 400 right now.
SWAC championship is winding down in Jackson right now over on ESPN2. Jackson State a 43-24 lead. Shedeur Sanders 4 touchdown passes. Once that game goes final, Mike Corey, we will pop over to ESPN2.
Welcome back here to the SWAC championship game. Jackson State with a big advantage over Southern. And back here in play, and Lyndon McDaniel keeping his eyes downfield, and the pass is incomplete. Well, on campus here, or at Jackson State University, there's a statue with arguably the greatest running back in football history, and Walter Payton. And here's our College Football Award Spotlight, brought to you by the Home Depot, featuring the 2022 finalists for the Doak Walker Award. And make sure you tune in to the Home Depot College Football Awards show Thursday, December 8th at 7 p.m. on ESPN.
You know, what's interesting here, you know, as JSU's putting this away, fans are staying. And I like that part. You know, we all know so often we talk about the tailgates outside stadiums, HBCUs. I think they want to give it up for their team one last time on this field. All the speculation going on there. At the end of the day, it's about these kids and supporting your program. And Jackson State's done a good job in filling the seats this season.
What did Jalen tell us?
That's a flag. You got to call pass interference on that. And they've been letting them play all game, so I understand that. But that's pass interference. So I just want to know, you know, you get a play like that. They're trying to fight in there. I understand letting it go, but that looked like PI to me. Sorry, Tip, go ahead.
No, we're going to take another look at it here.
Oh, that's the hole before the ball gets there. He turned him. Isaiah Bolden got away with one there.
4th and 5 as Southern
This will be a 30-second timeout. 30 seconds.
Takes the timeout, but to your point, you're talking about fans staying inside the vet. Jalen told us at the beginning of the broadcast. Hey, Jackson State has the best attendance. 42,000 on average per game in all of FCS.
And that's a lot, by a lot. Like, they lead attendance in FCS by a lot. Second place is Montana at 28,000. So Jackson State's packing the house with 42,000 fans on average. And as a player, you love playing in front of crowds like that. So just to show you the whole list here in terms of HBCU, that's our Gimme 5 right now. Top 5 teams in HBCU attendance. Jackson State won. Number 2 is Southern down there at Mumford Stadium in Alabama State. That brand new, they probably have the nicest HBCU facility out there. Alcorn State right up the road at the reservation. And who's number 5, Tiffany? What's that stadium called there?
Bragg Memorial Stadium. Bragg
Memorial Stadium, Florida A&M. And on the bubble, North Carolina A&T. Hey, Aggies, be watching that. Attendance is creeping downward. You're trending in the wrong direction. Something to be said about that, but it's been a stellar year for HBCU football. Nobody's packing them in better than Jackson State. Fumble.
Gaines fumbled that one, and we'll see who comes up with it. And Southern has the football. .335 remaining in this one. And Joshua Short coming up with the recovery after Willie Gaines puts it on the turf.
Puts it on the turf, and then it just gets away from him. And one of the few miscues we've seen from Willie Gaines. Been a great receiver, return guy for him all season long.
And this one intercepted into the hands of the Jackson State secondary. And the interception is made by Delano Salgado. 5 takeaways, and that's been the story of the game. You want to know how Jackson State was able to get out to a 26-0 lead? Well, they capitalized and took advantage. Opportunistic defense here.
Yeah, the great job by number 7 buzzing underneath Cameron Silver Craig again doing his job, but then that forces a throw to be high, and that's where Salgado was waiting for the interception. Was that the 5th turnover today? You are not going to win a championship with 5 turnovers. Can't be done, and when they go back and look at it, they'll realize they really did a lot of self-inflicted damage, not protecting the football.
Top defense in all of FCS. Toss over, and there's Gaines on the carry. Time now to take a look at this week's college football playoff rankings, brought to you by AT&T 5G. See Georgia in complete control over LSU. Talked about the losses earlier between TCU and USC. Can it be the spoiler makers taking down Michigan in the Big Ten championship game?
Well, think about it, if you just knock those 3 and 4 teams down, and then you move up 5 and 6, you get like almost a lot of free matches. Right. Georgia, Alabama, Michigan, Ohio State. I mean, they've played each other, so if you say, what's the regular season count for? We know who's the better of those teams there. So it'd be real interesting what the selection committee is going to do.
And it'll be really interesting as to what Deion Sanders will do after this game. Said he would likely make a decision as early as today, perhaps after this ball game, about whether he will stay or leave, as our reports have said and confirmed sources that he will take the Colorado job. But also you think about the prime time effect and what he has meant not only to Jackson State, but to HBCUs in Jackson, Mississippi, the city as a whole, the economic boost that he's provided for the city, the lights, camera, action, always taking the name and his star power wherever he goes. And the brand of Jackson State was already strong prior to his arrival, but he helped take it up another notch as this pass is intercepted by the backup quarterback, J.P. Andrade.
See, I needed to see Coach Prime say that. Why are we throwing the ball? Remember I talked to him earlier about, I thought there were some times he should have taken a knee, but that's his offensive coordinator doing it. And let me tease Prime a little bit because, we had that little back and forth a little bit. If he leaves, then I'm going to be able to say, you ain't SWAC. You think that'll get under his skin? You ain't SWAC, but, everything he's done is kind of just evolved. I've seen him evolve as a coach. Really have seen him evolve as a coach, and he wants to call timeout to talk about this thing. I think he wants to go out the right way here.
Jackson State. This will be a 30-second timeout.
I mean, you think about taking over this program in September of 2020 and really changing the narrative around HBCU football and the message to the masses, uplifting, encouragement, and we've seen just how it's spread across all different types of platforms. He was on Good Morning America and College Game Day.
Is SWAC, baby. SWAC, baby.
Jay, you were there for that.
Oh, it was electric. And it was, something I dreamt about seeing, a game day done right, not dealing with elements, conditions. It was a great football game. And let's think about it. Jackson State's had great football teams before. They never had college game day. They're here because of that man. There's no question about that. So the exposure, we always say he doesn't think anything's possible. He thinks everything is possible. And he thought, I'm going to bring game day down there. And he did it.
And what did he ask? He said, do you believe? He said, I believe. And he has certainly made believers out of many.
And I think he's probably one of the few guys that would want to go out to Colorado, thinks he can make a difference at Colorado. I would say Colorado's not the job it was once before, just like Jackson State wasn't either. And so if the stories are true, his work is going to be cut out for him out there in Colorado. You got a conference where USC, UCLA are leaving, so Pac-12 certainty is not what it was.
That's Carl Ligon, who stays on his feet, avoiding many. And
before the game, man, everybody hit the subscribe button before y'all can live.
The Buffaloes out in
Boulder.
Boulder.
Everyone needs to subscribe to them before the game.
And Deion now finds himself in this similar position of trying to do what he did here in this first collegiate head coaching job. But he said, well, look, this wasn't hard. What was hard was coaching 5 to 14-year-olds. I've been at this for a while. And he just put his touch on it, but it goes back. Huh?
I'm still going to hold out hope, Tiff.
Yeah, I mean, look.
We got it wrong. But is it wishful thinking a little bit? It's been, a unique experience to be around this, and the future's so bright. And I will say this, you and I were kind of the insiders of HBCU sports. There's some other big names that are interested in becoming HBCU football coaches. That's some pretty good programs, and there's some coaching vacancies which are out there. There's some jobs, so I don't know if you'll find one as big as Deion. That's a good look.
And that's a great credit to Ashley Robinson. He was the visionary who brought Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, here. And the steps that he has taken in his career, he's had success.
When I see that pose right there, Deion leaving, take back what I said, holding out hope. when you're taking it all in with the guy that brought you in there that you helped change, yeah, he's gone. that is a nail in the coffin for me. I mean, Ashley Robinson, coaches don't talk to the ADs like that, but they had to sit there, take it in, and look at what we created. Look at what we created, the fan base, the fans, and this thing. And Ashley Robinson, one of the rising stars, the National Athletic Director of the Year a season ago. What a hire it was bringing Coach Brown. He got him for a bargain. Whatever the cost was, it was a bargain.
When you think about the season that Southern had, making it to the SWAC championship game under first-year head coach Eric Dooley, who was a former assistant at Southern under the legendary Pete Richardson. And he has been around SWAC for a long time, played in the conference under Eddie G. Robinson over at Grambling years back. But he has done an excellent job with this Southern program, but they come up short as Jackson State.
They're running the clock. He called timeout.
Before everybody leaves, subscribe.
Jackson State ready to storm the field.
They're closing in.
All 1,000.
Just 2 seconds away.
Subscribe right now.
Credit the season that Southern had, getting that win when they needed against Grambling State in the Bayou Classic to make it good.
And it's Dooley's first year. You know, we saw when Coach Prime took over Jackson State the first year, spring football, won a couple, then lost a couple. Then he got his guys in there, learned his team, and then all of a sudden they became the Jackson State, which they are right now. Hey, what?
Right now.
You know me, I gotta go there. Cricket Celebration Bowl is next for Jackson State. They lost it a season ago. They're going to take on North Carolina Central, the only MEAC school to lose a Cricket Celebration Bowl by 1 point to Grambling. That's going to be a great football game.
Right.
I mean, Central has got a squad, and you can be SWAC all you want, but the MEAC is saying, we MEAC. Y'all SWAC, it's going to be a good one down in the ATL.
Well, Trey Oliver, the MEAC Coach of the Year, awaiting champions out of the MEAC. Ready to go and take on Jackson State. And the back-to-back SWAC Coach of the Year, Deion Sanders, looking on 8 seconds away. You see Shador Sanders. He's got flag in hand, ready to go on to the field and take in this moment. Will this be perhaps his last game at the Vet in a Jackson State uniform?
They're doing a lot of things they normally don't do. Seems like they appreciate the process a lot.
And Jackson State back-to-back SWAC champions, soaking it all in perhaps for the last time, as the Tigers are the kings of the conference. Your 2022 Southwestern Athletic Conference champions, the Tigers of Jackson State University.
Putting together a perfect season is hard. So many distractions, so many things they had to overcome. You had a water crisis in the city here. So many things. For them to keep it all together and all the outside lights that were on there and the attention that goes along with it, for these young men on the field to take care of their business, my hat's off to the JSU family.
Well, Shador Sanders has shown out all season long, but so has the defense. The job that this unblemished Jackson State team has done this season has been tremendous, but they're not finished yet. They've got a date in Atlanta for the Cricket Celebration Bowl, December 17th. The final 43-24 for my partner Jay Walker and Jalen Johnson.
Everybody right now, setting out, subscribe.
Now let's join Mike Corey and Mark Adams in Memphis.
Before y'all leave, subscribe.
Welcome, everyone, to Memphis, Tennessee. ESPN College Basketball here tonight from the FedEx Forum. Ole Miss and Memphis, 21-6 is the score. Memphis with a big burst here early. Mike Corey, Mark Adams, good to be with you tonight.
Yeah, this is an NCAA tournament resume builder between two two huge Southern rivals in Ole Miss and Memphis. And in the first 9 minutes of this game, it has been all Memphis because of the energy that the Tigers have brought along with this crowd. It has been rabid tonight.
Ole Miss is 6-1 on the season. Memphis 5-2. Ole Miss has only lost to Oklahoma at the ESPN Events Invitational in Orlando, which Memphis played at as well. They lost to Seton Hall by 1. Their only other loss was at St. Louis by 6. This is Miles Burns at the free throw line for Ole Miss as they trail it now by 13.
You know, Mike, also just to set this game a little bit, Kendrick Davis, who was the American Player of the Year last year, went out, tweaked his ankle a little bit, but I just saw him come back to the bench. Expect him to come back soon.
Missed 3 by Kennedy, but it's tapped out to Jonathan Lawson, and now here's Lomax as they reset the offense. Yeah, good point about Kennedy.
Y'all, season is hard.
Is he gonna stay?
So many things they had to overcome.
12-0, SWAC championship season.
So many
perfect.
For them to keep it all.
Everybody subscribe right now. Everybody.
Back to back like Dolphin Key Clock. Shout out PRE.
Off to the JSU family.
Shout out. Look at 2. He got the new chain.
I had to go to somebody else's YouTube channel because my stuff ain't going on ESPN. So there's somebody else's stuff right here.
Jackson State team has done
that boy Shador showing now. He got that new Iced Out 2. He couldn't wait.
But they're not finished yet. They've got a date in Atlanta for the cricket.
I'm covering the Atlanta game.
December 17th, the final 43-24 for my partner Jay Walker and Jalen Johnson. I'm Tiffany Green. Now let's join Mike Corey and Mark Adams in Memphis.
It's crazy.
Welcome everyone
Hold
to
on, y'all.
Memphis, Tennessee. ESPN College Basketball here tonight from the
Hold on, y'all. Let me see some.
Ole Miss and Memphis. 21-6 is the score.
Let me see some.
Burst here early. Mike Corey, Mark Adams, good to be with you tonight. Yeah, this is
Alright, I'm finna yeah, my screaming a little bit, but everybody subscribe right now before y'all leave. Everybody that's out loud, subscribe. Y'all saw how many people I had, but now half everybody gone. But here go everybody subscribe right here. Quartet Maverick TV. Appreciate it for subbing. Peace, bro. Thanks for the game. Y'all welcome. Surprised I didn't get copyright or banned for playing all this stuff. They'll probably send me something for playing it. Who is SWAC? Oh, it's a whole bunch of people trying to chat too. I'm just not noticing it. A lot of people. But before y'all get a line, subscribe. All 804 y'all sub right now before y'all leave. Y'all got me to 442 subs. Let me get 500 for y'all leave. I'm at 442 right now. can't believe I actually got 442. Start to ban a beast. Just state one. That ban thing, probably. They sounded better. Who is SWAC? Thanks, Dow. Hello. Let me look it up real quick. I can't even look it up on here. I'm gonna look it up and see if Deion signed and leaving. While I look it up, y'all subscribe for me. I looked it up, but it ain't showing the recent, just showing 6 hours ago. Well, 6 hours ago. I'm going to ESPN. Hold up real quick. I think I might have found something right here. Let me see. Nope, there ain't it. I don't even think he leaving though, cause ain't nobody really said that. I'm gonna go to the Instagram and see. He ain't posting it on Instagram about leaving or not, so I don't know if he leaving or not. Nope, they'll probably say it tomorrow, later on tonight. But the rest of y'all subscribe. The post game, I think you watch that on ESPN, but I can try to find it on YouTube so y'all can watch it on there. But watch all the games on ESPN Plus. I'm trying to find something, but they ain't showing me nothing about the post-game show. I think I'm finna go on somebody's YouTube trying to see if they showing it. Let me see. I don't see nothing about the post-game. Yeah, I can't see nothing. But before y'all can subscribe. Wait, I found the post game, so here you go right here.
Look, you can be mean if you're funny. That's what I say.
It's got to be funny. Yeah, that was funny, Jay Dizzy. Shout out.
Well, as you know, late in the year, teams do have injuries, different ailments that go on. For example, we saw Travis Hunter, Southern wide receivers caught a couple of passes on him, a couple long passes. However, Travis Hunter, I think, was gimped up and a little bit injured, and therefore he actually had to leave the game in the second half. Didn't really play in the second half of play. So I don't know how much I buy into that social media post there. But yeah, it sounds practical in theory, but I genuinely don't believe that to be the case.
I don't think it was meant to literally be the case. It was, hey, you get the win for the funny comment.
Right.
All right, on the record for you.
Yes.
Do you think, with everything we've seen, and we've seen a lot of reporting here,
yes,
that Deion Sanders will be the next head coach of Colorado?
I want to say no. I would hope that he does not accept the position with Colorado, the $5 million a year. But what I do propose and what I do hope is happening, and what has happened already, is that Jackson State University and their brass and their administration have made a genuine offer to Coach Prime. We've heard some of the numbers as being reported, averaging over $5 million a year. I propose, hey, Coach Prime, we love what you've done with the program. We want to continue on. So they should be granting him an extension of, let's just say, 4 years, $21 million.
Hey, I like that 21. Where are they going to get it?
Listen, hold on a second. Where there's a will, there's a way. And I know there's been this discussion about resources as it relates to HBCU athletics. But there is a way. It's called combining forces. It's called everyone coming together towards a common cause. Let's not forget the overall economic impact that Coach Prime has made on the city of Jacksonville as well as the state of Mississippi. It has been literally unprecedented. And think about what he has called for socially. There's so many different layers to Coach Prime and his term here with Jackson State, although it being in its third year. It's just been phenomenal. And whether he leaves or not, I think the Jackson State University faithful and HBCU fans across the board should be grateful for his opportunity because he touched so many different lives, especially those young men in that locker room who need that type of mentoring, who needs that type of African-American male figure in their life, showing them, guiding them through life.
Simone, what if this is the end of the road for Coach Prime and Jackson State, what do you think his legacy at JSU over the technically 3 seasons? I keep forgetting about that spring season, so we'll be correct and call it 3 years. What do you think his legacy would be from your standpoint?
I feel like he shined a huge. There's so many people that I know that was not aware of Jackson, Mississippi, let alone Jackson State University before Deion Sanders got there. So Deion Sanders, even if he doesn't leave today, I saw someone saying that in a comment on social media, because I do read our comments on TikTok and YouTube. Even if he doesn't leave today, he's going to leave at some time. Coaches leave, unless you're like Coach K or something, you retire. Right. But at some point, you have to be prepared for him to leave. And he left Jackson State. He left the city of Jackson. He would be leaving HBCU football, HBCU culture as a whole way better than he found it. And it's just about continuing the momentum. Will you still tune into Jackson State football? That's a decision that you can make, whether Deion is coaching or not. Will you still bring your family of 10 to the game? Will you still go to those restaurants?
Family of 10?
You know, your cousins,
extended
That's
family.
how you make that $30 million, Tyler. Okay. You don't make $30 million by just bringing one person to the game. You know what I'm saying?
You got 6, 7, 8 kids. You might not be.
All I'm saying is Deion here or Deion not here, we all and everyone can still support HBCU football and HBCU as a whole. That does not have to change once Deion leaves.
So I think, let's reset the table here. You're watching HBCU Game Day. It's our post-game coverage of the SWAC Championship. Jackson State won 43-24. I'm Tolly Carr. This is Simone Stanley. This is Dwayne Walker. We're waiting for the post-game press conference to come up from the SWAC.
I pinned it on there so they know.
You pinned it? Okay. So whenever that comes up, what we're going to do is we're going to cut into that, and you'll get to hear from the coaches. But right now, we're just talking about what's going on post-game and our thoughts. Can Deion Sanders before I ask you that question, let me piggyback on what you said. There's 2 things that happened. Deion Sanders came to Jackson State. He brought his ability to amplify and to excite fan bases, to amplify your message. A lot of people started watching what he was doing. We can only talk about our analytics, right? So people were watching. It expanded our fan base. It expanded our ability to generate revenue. Deion Sanders did not give us money, all right? He did not create that revenue. You did, because you watched, and you clicked, and you read, and you shared. So you, sitting at home right now, you in the comments still have that power. You always had that power. I think the one thing in our community, we have the economic capability.
Yes.
We do not always have the economic organization.
Yes.
The spending capital, the spending power of Black America has been well documented.
Yes.
But we spend it on the wrong stuff sometimes. You know, that can be a little opinionated, but we don't always pull it together. All right? All right, here's what I just got a note in my ear. This is going to change our conversation.
Oh, Lord.
From what I understand, the SWAC press conference is underway. It is players only, what I'm being told. That might tell you a lot, but let's go to it now. We'll get a couple seconds to go to that. Let's hear what the players are saying. We'll come back with more reaction and analysis. You're watching HBCU Game Day. Let's go live now to Jackson, Mississippi SWAC press conference.
Actually, because we know we've been really good. It actually helped us out, gave us momentum. He gave us a chance. You know what I'm saying? We just had to come out there, do our part of the defense, to keep the ball in his hands so he can do it.
And you weren't out there as much that he was giving you a blow. The offense was moving, doing their part. That was talk about the help that did.
Yeah, that gave us a break on the sideline. We was able to get our adjustments corrected. We weren't going out there as fast. We was able to come to the sideline, get together, regroup, rally, settle people down. So that played a major part in them staying out there on the field, giving us some time to gather ourselves together.
Luke Williams from the Black College Sports Page. I guess Lind in your bubble. Nickname. When you came off the bench down 26-0, what was the mentality of the squad? What was the mentality of the team?
Don't look at the scoreboard and get in the box and keep your head down and play hard. Leave it all out on the field.
Did Coach Dooley have to have a special talk with you guys at that point, being down like that?
Everybody knew what time it was. I mean, don't nobody want to be down like that. We got to get in the box.
Especially as a player, you shouldn't need a coach to fire us up. We playing. It's for us. So.
This is your last college game. Would you talk about your career and you two going on to these things?
Feel like I had an all right career. I mean, I wish we could have ended with a ring. I've been to 3 SWAC championships and came up empty-handed all 3 times. That's really, I just wanted a ring.
I had a long college career. Just transferring to school. But now it would have been nice coming out with a ring. But I mean, my first year in the SWAC, great.
Where you actually played on a lot of different teams before Southern. It seemed like you really were involved emotionally with everything going on the street. Can you speak to that, like how you left the field today?
Yeah, I'm playing the Big 12, the Southern, but like I said, the Southern fan base, the crowd, the HBCU environment, it was nothing. It's like no other, really. So just leaving out there, that's the least I could do for the great experience they gave me.
Well, how have you been able to maintain that positivity through everything that you're doing? Not just your career, but in particular this year.
Just putting God first, trusting His plan. You know, we all have bad days, stuff like that. You look to Him, everything will be all right.
But have you started thinking about what's next for you?
Of course.
What you got in mind?
Train.
Any more questions for our student athletes? Congrats on a great season, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next, we will have Southern University head coach Eric Dooley.
University there. We're going to come back. I still kind of hear their audio there. I think they're going to get Eric Dooley up on the stage in just a second. So maybe we will hear from coaches. I think what Andrew with the SWAC said is players first. I think that might have been what he said. So we're going to hear from Eric Dooley in just a minute. We'll let him get settled. We got to have Deion Sanders tonight. There's no way we do not get Deion Sanders on that
The biggest
podium.
night of his life, like people watching. One of the biggest.
Yeah.
But all eyeballs are waiting on Deion right now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how Andrew Roberts and the SWAC as a conference, how they're dealing with this whirlwind right now. I wanted to make a point about Coach Deion again. I can't overemphasize the job that he's done overall with this program as far as the mix as it relates to culturally, how they have like a diverse coaching staff and football staff. He always takes the time to acknowledge them. So it hasn't only been about Coach Prime. He has definitely attempted to spread the love, not only at Jackson State University, but all HBCUs, which is something I can definitely appreciate.
Yeah, so quick programming note here. We're being very organic. I do have a flashing low battery. The staff was asking me, is your mic on? So Scoville back there, we're very organic. Simone's leaving soon. I'm just going to take her microphone. I'll try
I have
to talk
something I wanted to
microphone.
say, though.
All right, go ahead.
So, and like I said, I read our comments on YouTube and TikTok. Can't say I read the comments on TikTok or Instagram, but, most of our comments are coming on YouTube and TikTok. And one thing people have said so many times is that money is not the motive for Deion. Somebody like Deion Sanders, I can't speak for his pockets, of course, we all know that, but I don't think $2 million or $5 million, that's enough of a it's going to take more margin of money, I feel like, to sway for Deion to notice another meal is in his pocket, basically, is what I'm saying. I think one of the biggest things maybe with Deion is Shedeur Sanders. Maybe he's leaving because of Shedeur. He's said time and time again his goal is, and Shedeur has said his goal is to get to the NFL. And we all know that that's an uphill battle as a HBCU quarterback getting to the NFL because of the uneven level of competition that you're going up against. So maybe it's not money. Maybe it's not the main thing is getting Shedeur time and film against Power 5 defenses. Because he hears people saying Shedeur can't be a real Heisman candidate.
I'm 10 subscribers away from 500. I need 10 people signing out right now to subscribe. For every 500 people subscribe right now, everybody that watch subscribe. And get my souls up right now.
McNair when he played at Alcorn State, and there was a lot of hype and well-deserved, as it related to him as a quarterback going into the National Football League. Whereas Shedeur Sanders, we're here during the age of social media. There's so much more content put out on him. There are campaigns out there that are promoting Shedeur Sanders, and he has the numbers to back it up. He's thrown just 6 interceptions this year to go along with what he threw 4 today, 35 touchdown passes, I want to say, without looking at my notes. So, yes, in my opinion, he should be considered as a Heisman candidate.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. But as we have seen from those decision makers in the NFL, those college analysts that actually make those decisions, those HBCU players are not getting that fair chance. Now, I can't say why they are or why they're not, but the fact is that they're not. And Deion knows that. So I feel like maybe Deion could be trying to put Shedeur in a situation too. Shedeur told you he wants to go first round. That's going to be a tall task coming out of an HBCU going first round.
Especially at quarterback.
Especially at quarterback. So, and Deion has said several times his main focus is Shedeur and his sons going to the league. And Colorado gives them a chance to go up against Power 5 competition and show what they can do on that level.
Let me ask you this, Simone. If Deion Sanders is the Colorado coach next, and we start to see some movement from Jackson State, maybe there's some players that aren't going to play in the game. I don't know. I'm not hoping it, wishing it.
You talking Celebration Bowl?
Yeah, Celebration.
Okay.
What did I say?
You said the game.
Celebration Bowl. Does the Celebration Bowl still have the same shine right now?
Tolly, why are you asking questions that you know the answer to?
That's how I make you look good. It's called a softball.
Okay, well, I'm knocking it out of the park. Heck no. You know that. You know that. You know it doesn't.
Well, obviously there's the prime factor, and of course, I would like, if he were to leave, Coach Prime talking about finish, I would love for him to have the opportunity to actually finish, and that would include coaching Jackson State University at the Celebration Bowl should he decide to leave. But again, I'll believe it when I see it officially.
All right, so we're monitoring the SWAC Zoom. I think Eric Dooley might be joining us soon here on the broadcast. We'll just keep monitoring that, shuffling people in and out, and that can be a hectic thing. What type of impact, Dwayne, can Coach Sanders have as an African-American head coach at an FBS school, Pac-12, Colorado? If that turns out to be the case.
If that were the case, you got to understand, when you go to different regions of the country, different parts of the country, they themselves have a different type of culture. What you experience in the South, the hospitality of the South, might not be the same out in Colorado, out in Boulder. You don't know until you get into that situation. Will Prime be able to be authentically Coach Prime because you have politics that are involved, you have egos that are involved, you have sponsors that are involved, you have big-time contributing boosters who are involved. So there's a lot of extenuating circumstances that we on the outside don't have privy to understand that until he's actually in that situation.
What about Jackson State? If they're going to have a new coach next year, we don't know for sure, how should they move forward? How should they proceed?
Internally.
Start there.
Because if what I remember is correct, and I do not have the best memory, when we announced the news on our platforms that Deion was becoming the head coach, I do believe that there was somebody in place that fans were wanting to be promoted to that head coaching position. There was somebody internally that fans were wanting.
Could be Coach Flea, could be T.C. Taylor, could be either of those. Coach Flea filled in for him last year when he was out.
Right. So I would look internally too. Don't know if defensive coordinator Dennis Thurman or their offensive coordinator Brett Bartolone, whether or not they would be accompanying Coach Deion to Colorado if he were to leave. So that's still all speculation right now. And of course, I kind of look at last year when Coach Prime had to leave with his, due to his health conditions. I kind of feel as though that was a trial run, if you know what I'm saying, right? Having Coach Flea fill in, and he obviously did an admirable job. The players respected him. And as it turned out, it didn't stop anything. They went on to win the SWAC championship, went on to play in the Celebration Bowl. Now, of course, it didn't end how they wanted it to end with a loss to South Carolina State, but the fact still remains there are goals in place, goals that Deion Sanders is trying to accomplish, and he's been outwardly intentional on voicing his expectations. And for me, Tali, there's nothing more impactful than having a vision, putting the vision out in the air for everyone to grasp, and then going out and making it happen by committing to excellence, no matter what the obstacle is. He talked about dominance and dominating. Are you going to do that all the time? Perhaps not, but the goal never changes.
The question I have is, we know Shador, wherever Deion goes, Shador is going to be right beside him on the plane or, on the bus back to the vet if Deion shocks the world and stays at Jackson State University. But one thing I saw trending on Twitter the other day was Florida State fans asking Travis Hunter to come back to Florida State. I think that's a big question mark. Will Travis Hunter go follow Deion to Colorado? If you're your son, you got to go with your daddy. But if you're Travis Hunter, you don't necessarily have to go to Colorado with Deion. I'm sure any program would take Travis Hunter right now. So that's something interesting to watch if he follows Deion or goes his own way.
Okay, Simone, we'll let you have that final word. I know you have to go with your busy life. Thank you for stopping by, Simone. Great job. We got to go back to Jackson. We have someone else at the podium talking post-game press conference, SWAC championship.
Season long, they did some things that caused some problem. But again, when you turn the football over, you can't turn the football over on a good football team and think that you have a chance. But they still fought to the end, and I commend my players.
Did Deshaun get shook up after that interception and the fumble?
No, I didn't think he got shook up. My thing was right here. This is the mindset. This game right here is either now or never. You don't have another opportunity to come back and say, well, we'll fix it next week. You got to fix it right now. And so we thought that was the move at that time, and it paid off in some ways, and some ways it didn't. So we lost some things when we decided to pull him, but at the end of the day, those guys went out there and laid everything on the line, and Jackson State came out victorious today.
Luke?
Luke Williams from the Black College Sports Page. Coach, what about talk about the play when you did put Glendon in McDaniel and how he played?
I thought he did some great things. We always said all along that we feel that we had quarterbacks in our room that can get the job for it. And of course, you only play one. I'm not a guy that's going to rotate quarterbacks in and out. So at that time, we decided to go with Bichon. He's the one got us this far. So we was going to give him a shot to see if he can lead us in. Of course, I thought McDaniels came off the bench, and he came ready to play.
Dr. Bill?
This is Dr. Bill inside the HBC Sports Lab. You start off slow and you get behind early. You have spending many games and things of that nature. Is there anything that you say to your team, or is that based on the weeks of practice that they already know that they're going to fight all the way through and see what happens?
Yeah, they're going to fight. My mindset is when you go back, my mindset is when you go back and you look at it, and I just have that mindset. If they'd have put up 50 points in the first half, if they put up 50 points, then we got to come out and put up 51 in the second half. If they can do it, I feel that we can.
Coach, Reggie Flood, Jaguar Journal, decided to go with Bubba in this game. First you went with Flood and then Bubba. What made you make that decision at that point?
Well, I from then on, once I saw where things was going, sometimes you have to go with experience. and I went with the experience, and I thought, you know, he'd been there, done that before, and understood what it took, and he always stays ready.
Man, you always talked about having a guy that comes out of the room opposed to a game manager. Did Bubba kind of fit that bill today, or was that something that you had seen before?
Well, no, I've seen that before. I seen him in practice, but I thought he did a great job of coming in doing what we asked him to do. Of course, that was play well and try to win the game, not to come in and manage it.
Wilton?
Coach, you finished your first year here as head coach. You didn't get the win like you wanted to, but what positive did you take away from this?
Well, you know, we got a lot to grow. You know, we got a lot of guys coming back, you know, so now that's going to help with the experience coming back and guys being another year up under the system. But, you know, it doesn't matter how long you've been in a place. I feel when you come there to win. You know, right now, these days, you don't have 3 years. You don't have 4 years. You got to win now.
Back row.
Absolutely not. I felt that we went with the choice that we wanted to go with. It played out the way we wanted to. You got to understand. You got to understand your room. You got to understand your room. And I thought I understood our room. You know, sometimes you can start out with a guy. If it don't go well, how can you bring that other guy in? So I understood our room, and I went with that right there. I had a short leash, I would say, and it didn't work out for us to win college, but he had some success.
Any more questions for Coach Dooley?
You talk about your defense. They were behind the 8 ball early on. I thought they came around once the offense did too.
Yeah, you can't turn the football over to a good offensive team that has a solid defense. And I thought that's what we did. We put them in some bad situations offensively by turning the ball over, and they capitalized off it. When you get a chance to get the ball, and that's what we like to do, get our defense to turn the ball over, and we capitalize. But we got in the hole, and we felt that we still had a chance. That's why we came out in the second half, and we came out, things was working for us, but didn't get those stops that we need, that we normally would get. But again, not one series, not one play, not one unit. We got to play as one to win a game when you're playing against a good football team.
Ernest
breaking TNG Sports. Coach, what would be one of the big focuses in the offseason for you?
To me, just to get more depth and get better. There's no question about it. We're going to get some guys in here that I feel, but you know, I'm a guy. We're going to lose a good deal of offensive linemen. So of course, I believe in building inside out. So I'm going to always get offensive linemen, always get defensive linemen.
Front row.
Coach, what do you say to your team at halftime?
At halftime?
Yes, sir.
That they put up 30-something points. Now we got to come back and put up another 33 points, and I feel we'll be right in it. They took the mindset and they came out with that mindset. Unfortunately, we came up short.
Back row.
Hey, Coach, you set up for the Bayou Classic. You wait until after the season to grade your first season as head coach of the Jaguars. Now, here we are. How would you grade so far?
I hate to be so harsh, but it's a failing to me because we didn't win the championship. I only set out for one goal, to win it all. I don't believe in let's have a winning season. Let's win this game. I believe in winning every game that we have scheduled. I believe in winning this game right here that we just lost. So in my mind, as a team, they did well. As a coach, I didn't do everything I needed to do to make sure that we were successful to win the game, to win the championship.
Lou?
Couple of questions, Coach. Any consolation in the fact that you outscored them 24-17 if you throw out the first quarter?
I don't believe in victories like that. In the game, the big stat was they won the championship.
Coach, there are reports all over that this is Deion's last game, that he's headed to Colorado. If he does, talk about his impact on the SWAC, what he's meant.
You know, I try not to, and I think that's what helps me out a lot. I don't get into personal matters, things that take place. I do have good relationships with just about every coach that's in this conference. And as you see, when the game was over with, I was able to shake and hug Deion and tell him he had a good football team. You know, we say some words encouraging to one another. So I don't get into that. You know, it's just decision. He a fate-driven guy as well. So if his steps is ordered to do those type things, I'm pretty sure his family would make that decision. But for as an impact, obviously he made an impact, a huge impact on Jackson State University because I've been around this conference for a long time. And for Jackson to win it back-to-back, it's been a long time. I know they're very competitive and a good university, but he brought them back to what they were accustomed to. So I love competition. So my thing would be my plea to Deion to stay because I love competition.
Any final questions for Coach Dooley?
Congrats on a great season.
Appreciate it.
Big old.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
What's that?
Andrew, can I get one in? Yourself or with them? You want to vote yourself?
Hey, James, this is a listen only. This is a listen only. This is not.
It's very organic here. We're kind of watching the Zoom. We're kind of changing batteries and microphones. We're doing a lot. Coach Dooley said he hopes Deion Sanders would stay. He likes the competition.
Absolutely. Listen, Coach Prime Sanders, he's a conduit of change, right? He brings excitement. He brings interest to the conference. That's not to say that there's not, that the conference isn't heading in the right direction, because it is.
All right. Everybody right now subscribe. I'm finna end my screen probably about 5 more minutes. Everybody sub up. There are 498 people inside here sub up right now. I need to hit 500 before I get off. That's all right.
To just transform everyone into this collective where they follow JSU as well as the SWAC conference, I think it's phenomenal. And I would hate to lose Coach Prime to the Pac-12 when he can make more of an impact in the SWAC.
If there's a drop off, right, with Jackson State, if Coach Prime isn't there and maybe they come back to the pack a little bit. Obviously, I think of FAMU as being a team that maybe could jump over, hurdle the Tigers if things play out that way. Who are some other teams you'd be looking out for?
Well, we can start with Coach Willie Simmons in the Florida A&M program, and lets me just go on record and say they got hosed as it relates to the NCAA playoffs. Definitely should have been in the playoffs. I don't know what happened there, but after starting out 0-2 and running off 9 straight to close the season, they were simply robbed. But I mean, Florida A&M, they have a historic program. They're always in the game as far as I'm concerned. But what other teams could you look at? You could look at even Grambling State. I know people are going to say, oh, Grambling State. But look how Coach Jackson ended the year as compared to how he began the year. The team was very competitive on the field. So I think it's really a toss-up. Look at what Eddie Robinson Jr. is doing at Alabama State. So it's really up in the air. But I like that. Competition is what it's all about. And I'm going to stress again, even if Coach Prime left, it's all about pursuing excellence in what you do. Academically.
I'm so close to 500 followers. Everybody sub up right now. I'm so close to 500 subscribers, Sub up. Just take one click, just swipe up and press subscribe. Everybody, come on. Sub up.
There's a lot really that needs to be done. But again, I'm going to echo again, we as a people must strive for excellence.
All right, there's another team out there whose season still is not over. North Carolina Central University will be in the Celebration Bowl. What sort of chances do you give them against Jackson State?
Listen, North Carolina Central, they snuck up on some folks, right? Out of the MEAC, really handling Norfolk State 48-14 in the MEAC final. So I give them all the credit in the world, North Carolina Central. No one expected them to be there, in my personal opinion. Everyone was still sort of thriving in the vapors of last year's upset win by South Carolina State over Jackson State. So I just love the spirit of competition throughout all the black conferences, SWAC, even the SIAC. Think about how attendance has been impacted. And I'll talk about the Coach Prime factor as far as generating interest towards black college football and black college athletics. It's undeniable. Attendance is up, revenues is up. It's phenomenal.
All right. We might have some action here. I'm kind of monitoring what we're talking about, kind of monitoring what's going on with the live in Jackson. Of course, we want to hear Coach Prime. Looks like they're doing some mic checks there. We might have some Jackson State players. That's probably who's going to come up next. Do you think there's still going to be an attraction? You talked about Hugh Jackson. We got Eddie George at Tennessee State. Do you still think there's going to be a pull for our schools to go and look for these players with NFL connections that maybe can bring in, some of that excitement, some of that ability to amplify the messaging with our schools and make some of those connections with former HBCU. I mean, former NFL players.
Sure, absolutely. You can see what's going on with Tennessee State and bringing in Eddie Georgia a few years back. You can see what's going on with Bubba McDowell at Prairie View and the job that he's doing. So these players with former NFL players coming to HBCUs to cut their chops in the coaching ranks, I think that's a good thing because you want to have people involved with your program that can help get guys to that next level. And again, everyone's not going to make it, obviously, right? But the impact is with those 85 to 100 souls that you're responsible for in developing them into men because there's life after football. And we want to train these young men and these young women to be good citizens out here, in public. That's what we want ultimately.
We talked about this going into the break. Tolly Carr along with Dwayne Walker. We're waiting to hear from Jackson State players and coaches after the 43-24 win in the SWAC championship game over Southern University. We talked about the economic power of the black community, and maybe there's some missing steps in the process about our ability to organize economically. But everything we need, we have right now to be able to propel our facilities, our schools, bolster the resources. It's really about being intentional with doing that.
Absolutely. But I think a lot of times when you talk about economics and making moves and doing campaigns, there's a lot of bureaucratic tape that goes into that.
True.
You have to check down with this person and that person. Well, the time to strike is now. When Jackson State hired Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, to come to Jackson State University, there should have been a promotional campaign, like a 3-year promotional campaign. We're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this. It's to me, it's obvious.
We talked about this. Expound on it. You almost have to, from the moment of a hire, when you have something that big, that lightning in a bottle moment, or something that you think is really, really going to work, you have something special, you almost have to reverse engineer it and start planning with the end in mind and how you control that.
Sure.
As opposed to just enjoying the ride.
Sure. There's so many things you can do out in the community with your local restaurants, your local bars, your local schools. But not only local, you can do it internationally and nationally. We've seen a couple of the kids on Coach Prime's team, Jackson State, involved with NIL deals. I know Shedeur Sanders has a deal, and a couple of the other players.
Shedeur might be the highest paid employee. He's not an employee. He might make more money than every employee at Jackson State.
Yeah, he signed on with Tom Brady. He signed on with Mercedes. That's
Gatorade.
A big one. Gatorade, and this last one with the shoe company. There you go.
Limited edition
jersey number 2. Now
might be real limited.
But now you just took my next.
Quip.
Yes, my next quip. Right. But here's the thing. The CEO of Under Armour recently spoke at Jackson State to the players, right? And he talked about how they all have a network and how they should network with each other. And then soon after, we hear about the Shedeur Sanders deal, and they have it with the Jackson State University jersey. Now, this is fresh. This is less than a week. Now, we've seen the warning signs, and Coach Sanders it's like Coach Sanders gives you the answers to the test as he goes along. He talks to the players about the importance of being responsible. He talks to them about showing on time, about doing the right thing, about working hard, because life is a constant audition, right? So let's say if he were to go to Colorado, he's going to look at those players who went out and executed his plan. Those are the type of players he's going to want involved with his program. But I think he's been very authentic and very transparent in his wants, his desires, and his expectations.
All right, we have some movement starting to happen there in Jackson as we continue to monitor. Kind of fell off my screen. So the guys in the control room, shout out Scoville, Jacob. You guys let me know. It looks like we had some players that were headed towards the podium. It was okay. All right. Okay. All right. So, okay. I'm going to have to give some commands here over the air.
No problem.
Here's what happened. The SWAC ended the Zoom call. I think it might have been a misclick. But guys, if you look up my email back there on the computer, I think I left it open. Just go to Andrew, email from Andrew Roberts at 6:20. I think the Zoom link will be in that email, and you can click on that, and maybe they'll restart the Zoom. So looks like they inadvertently ended the Zoom right when Jackson State players were about to walk up, or maybe somebody pulled the plug, or
you never know.
Maybe there was a buffalo in the room. The buffalo was in the corner, chewed up the internet cord. We'll find out.
Can I ask you a question, Tolly?
Yes, I always ask the question. This is
I know.
how I avoid the smoke.
I
don't make any proclamations.
I know.
I don't say anything. I just ask questions.
Can I please flip the script one time? Can I flip the script one time?
Maybe. Try it.
What is Tolly's feelings on the situation as it relates to Jackson State and Coach Prime? Do you feel as though he will take the Colorado job or any other job that's offered to him?
Well, I can only go off the data that I have. And there are reputable reporters reporting that he's going to take the job at Colorado. So I'm not a fake news person. I don't go down those lines. I don't get my emotions involved. So based on the data that I have seen, it looks like he's going to take the job. There's something, and we may get to talk about this a little later as we're kind of judging. We don't want to step on the live Zoom from Jackson, but I do want to talk about the pain points that people are feeling, because I do think two things can be true at the same time. I feel like you can be happy for Coach Sanders if we're still in the if stage, if he is leaving to go to Colorado. And I still think you can be upset. You can be happy for someone, and you can be upset and disappointed and have those feelings for yourself. I don't think it has to be an either or thing. And I hate when people are like, you all in your feelings, you hurt. Well, it's a natural emotion.
Natural emotion, yes.
It's a natural emotion, but you can also be happy for that person.
Yeah.
I think the pain point for me when I think about it is the frustration that a PWI, the system, the man, Mr. Charlie, whatever term you want to use, when they want something, even if it's yours, they can buy it. And I think that's the thing that punches you right in the gut. Because, again, if Deion Sanders is leaving, there was that feeling, and it felt authentic. And I'm not going to say it was not authentic. I'm not going to say it was not real. It felt like he was one of us. He had joined us, the HBCU community. And there was a kinsmanship. Everything felt great. And we were on what appears to be, there's two sides to the transaction. The one where you get paid and the one where you lose the thing you didn't want to lose.
Now, you talked about, and I agree with you, you talked about Coach Prime being Coach Prime and people being upset in the pain element, right? Even though Coach Prime is Coach Prime, he is a man. He is a father. And even though he's in the glitz and the lights, he wants to feel appreciated also. Sometimes people can take your, I'm not going to say your kindness, but your aura, if you will. He still has emotions too, right? So maybe he should be asking, do thee love me?
I like what you did there.
Do thee love me? And so show that. I'm surprised that we have not heard about an extension from Jackson State University. At least I haven't heard about an extension or any monetary talks. So to me, it would just be mind-blowing if they just let Coach Prime get away without a fight.
Yeah, we had Neely from the pregame show. Have you seen Neely's stuff?
Oh, I'm a big fan of Neely's. Absolutely.
Neely has it going on, man.
Hey, one of the best in the business.
Yeah,
one of the best in the business,
that's my brother. Him and his beard. I'm related to both of them. He shared that from his knowledge that he did not feel that the university was doing enough from the top, starting at the top, to make an offer, to make overtures. And I have sourced this, and I will go. That I have gathered is right now if Deion Sanders is leaving, there are not tears coming from the top at Jackson State University.
Well, when you talk about the top, you're talking administratively. Thomas Hudson, if we want to name names. To me, again, I cannot fathom how you could let Coach Prime, and taking into consideration the economic impact that he makes, the cultural divot he makes. Yes, the social media inroads. If you follow social media right now, you see other programs, even Power 5 programs, trying to emulate what they have going on at Jackson State with letting you inside the room, letting you inside the locker room. Think of some of the innovative things he's done.
Is unprecedented.
But I love it. That's what it's all about, because it gives you a seat at the table inside what they're doing. And he's backing up what he's saying. We want to dominate. We want to strive for excellence. Do you think he's surprised that they've gone 12-0? No, he's not. He's put it out in the atmosphere, and he's taken the steps to make it happen collectively as a group. Coach Prime wasn't trying to do it all himself. Look at me, look at me, look at me. He spreads the wealth. Like a good point guard, he spreads the wealth. And that is undeniable, the impact that he's had, not only on SWAC, not only on HBCU football, but on sports as a whole. That's a fact.
Okay, so here's where we are status-wise. The SWAC had a Zoom. That Zoom call was going to have Southern players, which we heard from. Mm-hmm. It was going to have the Southern head coach, Eric Dooley, which we heard from. It appeared Jackson State players were headed to the desk to talk, and then the Zoom went kaput.
Right.
I am at my phone right now, and I'm trying to log back on. The message I'm getting, waiting for the host to start this meeting. So the most honest and up-to-date information I can give you right now about going live to Jackson, I am not sure what's going on with the status of their Zoom. It abruptly ended. I saw James Hill face pop up there for a second. He was starting to ask a question, and it just went away. Do you guys in the back, you can talk to me in my ear. Do you guys have anything different other than waiting for the host to start this meeting? Same thing. Okay, so, man, you want to talk about adding drama and intrigue?
Yes, definitely. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised.
Right when we were going to hear from somebody from Jackson State, it went away. I'm going to check our... This is so organic and it's fun. I'm just going to check the chat and see if anybody has any updated information. They might have something there. But have you seen the facilities at Colorado?
Have I seen it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you see that? There's a YouTube video out there.
Yes. Very, very, very dynamic. And that's a part of the sales packaging, right? That's what you want. That's what kids want to see when they come on their visits. So let's commemorate and acknowledge what Coach Deion has done at Jackson State, getting new locker rooms. They're talking about the city is committed to building them a new stadium, which I think is a fantastic thing. And again, one of the things that I think gets overlooked in this whole process is Deion Sanders, the father. We talk about Shedeur all the time, but let's not forget about his other kids, 3 of which who altogether go to Jackson State. Shalomi's on the basketball team, as well as Shiloh. And, of course, we see Deion Jr. there, as I guess we would consider him the team's main photog as it relates to capturing. And
good point. We have some B-roll. We'll continue to talk. Let's roll some of this B-roll because we want to see these beautiful images we've captured of Jackson State through the year. We'll keep talking here. I'm sorry.
No problem. No problem. Go ahead.
No, I didn't want to cut you off.
No. I just wanted to, again, salute the man. Like, salute the man as a father. But not only a father to his own kids, but a father to those other young men who are out there on the football field with him on a day-in, day-out basis.
Yeah, I mean, the pleasure he has had to have of coaching his son, Shedeur, coaching his son, Shiloh, having Deion Jr. right there as a part of the team. His little girl is on the basketball team at Jackson State University. Yes. I mean, it is a Disney-like movie.
Yes.
But this isn't maybe, possibly, if not quite the Disney ending.
Well, no, but again, you need to be grateful. You need to be reflective.
And I agree. And I'm not suggesting that. I just want to clarify that.
Right. Sure. You want to be reflective, grateful, and I love this term, moving forward, be more proactive as it relates to your brand, right? Jackson State University and all HBCUs, you have the power to change. to make positive changes. It's all about telling your narrative, telling your story, and projecting that story out into the world. So that's, I think that's very, very important to do.
Late breaking information. Our Wally Pitt just texted me and said JSU did not come to the presser. Mm-hmm. I responded, they ain't talking then, ? I'm gonna see what he says. But information we have from people on the ground, Jackson State did not come to the presser. That's what our Wally Pitts has just texted me.
Well, because you don't want to put the players in a situation it's
going to be 8,000 questions about Colorado.
Absolutely, and the players are going to be asked those questions. Yeah, okay, they might start out asking about the SWAC championship game or what happened, what you see, but they're going to dive right in.
Not even happen.
Yeah. So again, that's a move, in my opinion, that protects his players, whether he plans on leaving or not leaving. You're protecting the players.
Seals it, right? If you don't come to the post-game presser of the SWAC championship, that.
Hey, listen, man. I'll believe it, Tolly, when I see it.
I mean, if he was staying, he would come to the presser and say, "Hey, guys, I'm not going anywhere. Don't worry about it. It's all good."
Well, it is prime time. Now he knows how to market. He knows how to build a suspense.
But he's not afraid of any question. So
right.
This would be a. I talked to my team before they went out.
Yes.
To Jackson, and we ran through scenarios.
Yes.
One of the scenarios was they don't show up at the press conference, and if that's the scenario, to me that's like the final nail
in the coffin.
That it's a done deal.
And that's called being proactive, Tolly. That you planned out the scenarios, the possible scenarios that could take place. But again, I've learned to just err on the side of caution as it relates to other people and their decisions and what they decide to do. But
I am not mad.
Oh,
I'm not mad.
Right.
I am nostalgic. I will miss Deion Sanders up close, but get this, boys and girls, HBCU Game Day will still cover Deion Sanders if as it all appears, if he is moving on to Colorado, he is now the former Jackson State coach who is still hyper relevant in the world of college football.
Yes.
If any other SWAC coach were to leave and go land in the ACC at any FBS school, we would continue to cover them.
No question about it. And let's make no mistake about it. The SWAC is in very, very good hands as it stands right now, with or without Deion Sanders. To me, that's the most important thing.
Absolutely.
And it begins at the top, and you look at what the commissioner has done as it relates to projecting out.
I would give Dr. McClellan 10 thumbs.
Dr. McClellan has talked about the SWAC being one of the premier conferences in football, period, right? In sports, period. That's what it's about. That's what leadership is about. Putting out your vision and have everybody fall in line to help make that vision come true. And let's not forget, you talk about influence. You do realize that he was selected to be, not this year, but next year, the primary on the NCAA men's basketball committee, the NCAA. That is huge. First in history. So we're making history as we go along, whether people see it, whether or not they want to acknowledge it, but the reality is that's what's happening.
All right, so Stephen J. Gaither of HBCU Game Day has tweeted that we've been told Jackson State has gone to campus for a team meeting and Deion Sanders will not be coming to the post-game presser. So there is a team meeting going on campus in lieu of post-game comments. You kind of know what they're talking about in that team meeting, right?
Well,
I'm texting and reporting here.
Yeah, no problem. And again, we can speculate, but until the decision has been made and you hear from the principal in this, which is Deion Sanders, we're not going to know what happens. But as we move forward, what have you taken from the Deion Sanders experience in totality?
It was a hell of a ride. I mean, Deion Sanders took, I like to use this word, his ability to amplify the messaging, his ability to amplify the product, took the product.
Everybody subscribe. I'm going to end my screen right now. All right, everybody subscribe before I leave. Before I end my live. All 304 y'all. Give me the 500 real quick. Everybody sub up, subscribe. When I at least get about 10 more subscribers, I'm gonna end it. Every 296 people subscribe. Swipe up, press subscribe. Everybody inside the screen, subscribe right now. Before I end it. I'm going to end it in a little bit.